Morning, everyone. Good morning. We're just getting ready to get started with the meeting. Morning. So, good morning and welcome to the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors meeting, December 17th, 2024. And I just wanted, right at the top of the meeting, we had some pretty exciting news with Sonora and Somerville high schools. And I just wanted to acknowledge, both the players, their coaches. What a tremendous thing, right? This is an absolute first. Both schools coming in with state championships. My goodness. So anyways, I just wanted to put that out there. It's really exciting, to see that. And so I have asked Supervisor Campbell to please do the pledge. Alrighty. So, we will be moving on next to oral communications. And as has been my normal practice, I kind of go over a few things before we, actually get started with having people speak. Please remember, this is for items that are not on the agenda. And I'll repeat, they're not on the agenda. Any item on the agenda, you'll have an opportunity to speak later. Please come to the podium, address the board. If there's some questions, that come out of it, we may lean towards staff to get an answer depending on the circumstances. You have 3 minutes to speak, and after 2 minutes, you'll hear a tone. We've got the clock right up here, so you can kind of, when you hear that tone, you got 1 minute left. And the last thing that I've done through my entire year as chair of the board is that I ask people to please be respectful, to not use bad language, even though you have the legal right to do so. I get it. But please, try to refrain from doing that. Be courteous and respectful to the board, to our staff, and to the members of our public. So with that said, I will look forward. Does anyone wish to speak under oral communications? Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Daniel Perkins, and the reason I'm here is because we've been trying to develop our property, and we have had nothing more than rejection with no reason. And I've had to do the research for the legal part of all this here, and what I've come down to is that this county's violated our due process so many times, and I don't understand why. And all we want to do is build us a house to live in. We don't want to live on the street. That's where we were at. So there's a long story about that. But we made our way to buy a piece of land, and we've had nothing but from this county but threats, undue things. We have a stack of them from our building department. I recently, because I had contacted Anaya Kirk a few times, we've been trying to get a resolution meeting. That's been unsuccessful. We went to the building department for the first part of it, the grading permit, because we graded some dirt. We didn't know we graded that much. We went in ourselves. Nobody told us to go there. We went out there ourselves and said, we did a little too much dirt. What do we do? It's been to the point of they've actually give us a price for the permit and then turned it down with no reason. Still no reason. I've been going there the last 2 weeks trying to get a meeting with Ms. Scott Hines and Blossom Scott Hines, and still no answer. So we feel that we need some help to get this done, and I think we have some legal issues that are on our side because we were fined on our taxes. We had a fine on our taxes with no ability to go to a hearing or to be represented in any kind of way. We had no way to represent ourselves. No warning, no nothing. They just put it on our taxes. We paid it, because we figure we'll just work that out later with our building permits or whatever we got to do. But we just really want to move forward and build our place. It's been 3 years with no answer. So under the due process laws, I believe that's a little extensive. And so it's really hindered us, cost us a bunch, and we just really want to work something out. We don't want to get into a great big thing with this county. We really don't. We're part of this county. We want to benefit this county. And so I'll stop on that one because I don't know where that goes. But from there, I listened to a thing that Anaya Kirk has just put on the feed on my phone, and I agree that we need to come up with other ways to bring prosperity into this county other than just taxing people, because that's the problem here. The building permit system is a problem here. I got more people that I talk to now, they say, well, you can't get anything done. They just keep stringing you out, want to charge you a bunch of stuff. That's why we don't have what we need here. It's not the answer, I don't think. I think there's other answers that we need to seek out to bring income and revenue into our county instead of just taxing the people that live here. So that being said, I just would like to figure out how to get, I've asked for meetings with Anaya Kirk and.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
I understand that you have concerns.
Yes.
And you've been having some conversations.
Yeah.
Blossom is here today.
Okay.
And perhaps as you go back to seat, maybe you and Blossom could step out and have a conversation about some of your concerns.
Okay, well, I want to do that as well, but I also.
Okay, so, but
okay.
your time's up, sir.
Huh?
But your time is up.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
Wow,
So-
okay, I have them quick. Thank you so much.
All righty. Thank you very much. Any additional public comment? Good morning.
Good morning. 30 years ago, 6 friends and I were on an adventure through the Black Canyon of the Gunnison River. It's one of the most beautiful and scary places I've ever been, and none of us grew up knowing God. Yet for some reason in that place, we found ourselves in a discussion about whether he was real. That night, in awe, staring up at a sliver of stars between 2,000 feet of vertical canyon walls, I sincerely asked God, if you are real, please throw me a bone so I can believe. And since then, he's never stopped throwing me bones. In the book of Genesis, it states that we were created in God's image, and I don't think it means that we look like him. But it's an image or vision or a blueprint that he has for each of us. I think part of his blueprint for me and for many others here is that he put in our blueprint a desire to give. And despite the sacrifice of time and money, we still just love to do it. But it was God's idea. He did it first. He gave us his son Jesus, who gave up his life for us and took all of our sin upon himself so that we could be in eternal relationship with the Father who made us. It seems an awful and tragic sacrifice, yet just like us, he loved doing it because he wants to be in eternal relationship with his children, and he rejoices every time someone accepts his gift. That's what Christmas is all about, the gift of Jesus giving to us by God, and all we have to do is accept it. In this box is a bunch of prepaid $10 gift cards to Deo. It's a gift. It's not because I'm trying to get on anyone's good side. You all know that I'm just as willing to get on your bad side as I am willing to be on your good side. It's just a gift to all you supervisors and employees and members of the public for working hard for our great county and because I like to give. And I know nobody in this room really needs free Deo, but remember, the gift of Jesus is available to everyone, not just the poor, but the rich too. Not just the Jew, but the Gentile too. So please, everyone take one. Heavenly Father, I thank you so much for the gift of Jesus that you have given. In my view, nothing is more important than being in a relationship with the you who created me. Thank you for your gift, and thank you for giving me the joy of giving and the means to do so. I pray that for those who already know you, this Deo will put a smile on their face. And for those here who do not know you, God, I pray that as they redeem this gift, they will think and maybe even sincerely ask you if you are real so that you can start throwing them bones. In Jesus' name I pray, amen. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas to you too, and thank you for sharing. additional oral communications? Would anybody else like to speak? Okay, seeing none, we will move forward on our agenda. Next item on our agenda is staff reports. So this is the opportunity for our staff to come forward and give us a brief update on what they have going in their respective areas, and looking forward to hearing from you. Good morning.
Morning, members of the board. Michelle Clark, Assistant Health and Human Services Agency Director. Today, I am honored to recognize Deborah Eskew, our Tuolumne County's Veterans Services Officer, on the occasion of her retirement from this important role. Deborah joined Tuolumne County's team as VSO on August 29th, 2018. As a military veteran herself, Deborah brought invaluable personal experience and insight to her position, in addition to her distinguished career as a retired colonel, which equipped her with exceptional leadership qualities to oversee the daily operations of the Veterans Services Office. Before we bid her farewell, it is important to highlight her remarkable military career. Deborah enlisted on March 17th, 1977, was commissioned to officer rank March 1985, and served for 34 years, retiring as a colonel. During her service, she earned several prestigious awards, including the Meritorious Service Medal, Air Achievement Medal, and Joint Services Commendation Medal. Beyond her military achievements, Deborah also had a successful career as a registered nurse, further exemplifying her dedication to helping others. Throughout her tenure as Veterans Services Officer, Deborah has provided unwavering support and advocacy for the veterans of Tuolumne County, ensuring that the men and women who selflessly and courageously serve to protect America's freedoms receive the benefits they so richly deserve. She has worked diligently to improve veterans' access to vital resources such as financial benefits, healthcare, transportation, and outreach services. Deborah was also instrumental in expanding the capacity of the Veterans Services Office, increasing its ability to serve as many veterans as possible while improving access to essential medical services, particularly through transportation support. She is deeply respected in the veteran community, embodying service and leadership with unparalleled commitment, compassion, and dedication to others' well-being. Tuolumne County has been fortunate to have had Deborah serve as the Veterans Services Officer. It is an honorable position, one that reinforces the ongoing importance of serving the veterans who bravely protected the freedoms we all enjoy. Deborah has worked relentlessly to ensure that veterans in our county have access to the support and resources they need to lead healthy, fulfilling lives. Deborah's official date of retirement is January 11th, 2025, and on behalf of Health and Human Services, we thank Deborah for her extraordinary service, and we wish her all the best in her well-deserved retirement. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And Deb has done a tremendous amount of work for the county. I know that I leaned on her for some personal advice a couple of times, and much appreciated. Okay, stepping up here. Good morning.
Good morning. Wow, what a great presentation. I don't know whose career that was, but it was awesome. No, I have been truly blessed with every job I've ever had, especially this one. I can't tell you what the award just personally to me, helping the veterans in this county. And I thank you for that privilege, because it was with the board's recommendation that I got the job. You may not have been on the board at the time, but I do appreciate the board. And I have a fantastic staff. People come from all over, even outside this state, to our Veterans Service Office to get assistance. I thank you very much, and it was a very privilege to be your Veterans Service Officer. And I will not actually retire, but I will retire from this job and looking at San Joaquin to help them with their audits at the VSO there. But I can do that in my pajamas and in my office. So what a great opportunity. All right, thank you so much.
All right. Additional staff reports. Good morning, Robbie.
Good morning, Board. Robbie Bergstrom, Tuolumne County Economic Development. And on this Thursday, December 19th, we are having the Sonora Community Economic Development Meeting. Just to note that this was moved from the 17th today to the 13th to the 19th due to conflict. So we look forward to seeing anyone who is interested in discussing economic development in the Sonora area is welcome to come. And actually, well, anyone is welcome to come and share their thoughts and views on this subject. Look forward to seeing you there.
Okay, so noted. Thank you. Any additional staff reports? Good morning, Sheriff.
Good morning, Board and County Administration. Dave Vasquez, Sheriff of Tuolumne County. It's been a little bit since I've given you an update, and so we're here to do that today. I always like to start with gratitude, and right now there is a lot to be grateful for in Tuolumne County. Some of those things have already been brought up, but it's just important to highlight because the spirits in our county right now are very, very high. Just to quickly summarize, Sonora and Somerville are on cloud nine, bringing home state championship titles, and I haven't heard the end of it yet through just family, friends, and everybody, and I don't want to hear the end of it. I want to keep seeing it and hearing it. The Deputy Sheriff's Association hosted a Shop with a Cop event that was very well attended. We reached approximately 60 families that participated. A lot of smiles, a lot of gratitude, just a genuine experience to take place during the holiday season. Lots of Merry Christmases, lots of Happy Holidays, a lot of just shared engagement that was very warm. Our law enforcement partners, the California Highway Patrol, also hosted an event down at the fairgrounds. We were not a part of that, but I think it was just something worth highlighting because it's something good that they did for the community, and I'm grateful for that level of connectedness. There was very well attended, probably over 100 people. We had local nonprofits that hosted the Children's Holiday Party at the fairgrounds also that we were in attendance of, and hundreds of people, lots of county staff, aside from deputy sheriffs. I saw several people there, district attorney, just a high level of connectedness. Last night I attended the Special Olympians Christmas Party, which was just awesome. I attend that every year, and it's a lot of Christmas caroling, it's cheer, it's holiday season, it's bright spirits, and so I'm grateful that those things are happening in our county right now, and people are happy, and they are enjoying the holiday season. That's important to us. Looking at that, gratitude for my staff, deputy sheriffs, dispatchers, support staff. Without them, the community looks a lot different through the lens of what safety is. And always a reminder to them that I am proud of them, and for them to remember that their community is proud of them. To my command staff, take this opportunity to extend my gratitude to them as well. I often set an operational tempo that feels a lot like it's more than they're willing to give a lot of the time, and they have never let me down. I am proud of them, and I am grateful that they are fueled on a vision that the people are worth it. So, getting into some statistics about patrol. Total calls for service, 10,366. 15 life-saving interventions, 601 emergency medical dispatches, 4 Narcan deployments. That equates to about 337 cases. 38 of those are felonies, 87 of them are misdemeanors, 44 citations, 13 cases specific to fentanyl. Incidences related to homelessness or the unhoused, approximately 74, and 31 responses to mental health crisis. Our work crew has put in over 740 hours of community projects, and our jail population averages approximately 128. Some of those notable cases taken by our patrol staff is an attempted homicide by staffing, kidnapping with a firearm, and drug sales with over 5 ounces of fentanyl, also including a firearm. General investigations remains very, very busy. They have 20 internet crimes against children cases that they are currently staffing, 14 sexual assaults, 12 child molests with sexual assault, 3 robberies, 2 attempted murders, and 3 elder abuses. In July, I came before your board with a shared vision of what narcotics enforcement would look like in this county. I believe I used the words that drugs are crushing our community. We have our challenges and we still have work to do, but I am beyond grateful for the narcotics team that is undoubtedly making a difference to the safety of our community. Their efforts have shown 60 arrests, 30 of them felonies, 18 sales, 14 for transportation for sales, 7 drug houses that are no longer in operation, 3 of those operations being the SWAT team, and over 30 warrants having been served since July, the end of July. I've received high-level briefs on all TNT operations, and the callous disregard for human life by drug dealers I can only describe is an atrocity. We are undoubtedly making a difference. The mindset that I see out of these high-level briefs is that these drug dealers are looking at human life, and they feel and they are executing on what they think is a financial opportunity. Nobody does this alone. This is a shared effort amongst all of our partners. When I say, TNT, the drug team, they are assisted by high-risk supervision and probation. We can't do what we do without the district attorney's office, who has diligently locked up several of these drug dealers and sent them to prison for years. And there are more that are pending. I say this because oftentimes we hear from the community, what happens after the arrest? What happens after they're in jail? Are they going to go to prison for a meaningful amount of time? Well, I can tell you right now that currently the narcotics team is upholding our end of the agreement when we said that we were going to relentlessly pursue drug dealers in this county. We have 3 cases right now that are actively being investigated related to homicide, death of people in this community from drugs that were knowingly sold to them with the possibility that it could kill them. One of those cases we are confident will be completed within the next 24 hours and submitted to the district attorney for review. At this time, I just want to take that opportunity to talk and say that, again, I am beyond grateful for our professional partners. I am beyond grateful for the investment that you have made in the safety of Tuolumne County. These are the things to know that we're getting the return on those investments and that people feel safe in our community that just bring us all full circle about what we have to be grateful for here. So thank you to all of the professional partners. If I missed any, I apologize. Sonora PD, Highway Patrol, District Attorney, Probation. It's a shared effort, and it is a whole community that is combating this for our people. Thank you.
Any additional staff reports? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to our consent calendar, and I'll first look to my fellow board members. Does any board member wish to pull an item for discussion? Supervisor Half, go ahead.
Yes, number 10, please.
Okay, number 10. Thank you. Any additional from any other board member? Okay, seeing none, I'll look to the clerk to please read the consent calendar, less item number 10.
Thank you. Item number 1, determining there is a need to continue the emergency actions ordered by the County Administrative Officer as a result of a flood and water damage on August 19, 2024 at the Navigation Center, Building B, located at 20420 Rafferty Court, pursuant to Public Contract Code 22050 and Tuolumne County Ordinance Code 3.22.060 for 5th vote required. Item number 2, recognizing the 2025 local appointments list for all board-appointed committees and commissions. Item number 3, approving of plans and specifications for necessary improvements at the Snell Street Transitional Housing Initiative, and authorize staff to release an invitation for bids with responses due January 20, 2025. Item number 4, waiving the second reading and adopting an ordinance amending sections of chapters 3.20 and 3.21 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code related to the purchasing policy, purchasing agent authority to negotiate and execute leases and licenses for real property belonging to or for use by the county, and other related chapter updates. Item number 5, approving an agreement for professional services with Tech 84 for installation of contraband detection equipment and technical support services at the Mother Lode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility, not to exceed $192,662, and authorizing the county administrator to sign all related documents. This is included in the fiscal year 24-25 adopted budget. Item number 6, approving an agreement for professional services with GEO Reentry Services, LLC, to perform assessments, individual interventions, and group interventions for detained youth at the Motherlode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility, not to exceed $99,999 annually, allowing the probation department to enter a 2-year contract with GEO Reentry Services, LLC, contingent upon funding, and authorizing the county administrator to sign all related documents included in the fiscal year 24-25 adopted budget. Item number 7, approve an agreement for professional services with Serrano Advisors, LLC, to perform implementation, planning, and support for the Medi-Cal Coordinated Reentry Initiative, referred to as CAL-AIM, with the Tuolumne County Probation Department and the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office, not to exceed $356,250, beginning July 1, 2024 through June 30, 2027, and authorizing the county administrator to sign all related documents. This is included in the fiscal year 24-25 adopted budget. Item number 8, approving the Airport Capital Improvement Plan, Columbia, and authorizing the Public Works Director to sign all documents related to receipt of the grant. Item number 9, approving a subrecipient agreement between the County of Tuolumne and Tuolumne Utilities District not to exceed $425,000 for a project under the Regional Early Action Planning Grant of 2021 program, and authorizing the county administrator to sign all related documents and amendments. 4/5 vote required. Item number 11, approving of amendment number 4 to the Adams-Ashby Group's CDBG and Housing and Consulting Service Agreement for additional scope of work related to a program income survey in the amount not to exceed $25,000, and authorize the county administrator to sign all related documents included in the fiscal year 24-25 budget. Sorry, excuse me. Item number 12, approving amendment number 1 with Summit Food Services to provide food and commissary services to the Dombacher Detention Center and Juvenile Hall as a 1-year extension from October 2024 to October 2025, and the amount not to exceed 3 to 5% of the CPI and an estimated cost of $70,000. This is included in the fiscal year 24-25 adopted budget. Item 13, accepting a monetary donation and unanticipated revenue in the amount of $55,500 to purchase a vehicle and rope rescue equipment for Tuolumne County Fire Department, and increasing appropriations in the county fire budget by the same amount. 4/5 vote required. Item 14, approving an agreement between Tuolumne County Behavioral Health and the Department of State Hospitals to administer a pretrial felony mental health diversion program for individuals charged with felony offenses in its jurisdiction, accepting a total of $7,019,000 from July 1, 2024 through June 30, 2029, and authorizing the county administrator to sign all related documents. This is included in the fiscal year 24-25 adopted budget. Item 15, approving the agreement between Tuolumne County Behavioral Health and the Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission, accepting a total of $450,000 from signature date through December 31, 2027, recognizing the anticipated revenue while increasing appropriations by the same amount in the fiscal year 2024-2025 Behavioral Health adopted budget, and authorizing the county administrative officer to sign all related documents. This is a 4/5 vote required item. Item number 6, adopting resolution 112-24, reaffirming the county's equal employment opportunity policy. Item 17, accepting the annual report of the accounting activities relative to the tribal road mitigation funds for fiscal year 2023-2024. Item 18, accepting the annual report of accounting activities relative to the traffic impact mitigation fee activity report for the fiscal year 2023-2024. Item 19, accepting the annual report for accounting activities relative to the county's other traffic mitigation funds for fiscal year 2023-24. Approving the updated agricultural commissioner / sealer of weights and measures class specification. Item 21, accepting the notification of completion or notice of completion for 2023 Tuolumne County Surface Treatment Project, contract numbers 1765, 1766, 1767. and authorizing the chair to sign. Item 22, awarding a contract in the amount of $762,830 to George Reed, Inc. to perform work as shown in the plan specifications and bid book for contract number 1764, Jamestown Road Reconstruction. Item 23, approving an assignment and assumption agreement with the France 2022 Family Trust for the lease that Tuolumne County currently holds with Somerville Union High School District for the Pinecrest Community Hall, and authorize the county administrator to sign all related documents. Number 24, accepting the notice of completion for Standard Road Reconstruction Project, contract number 1731, and authorizing the chair to sign. Item 25, adopting resolution 113-24 to approve the final map for tentative subdivision map TSM 18-0152, Weinstein subdivision. Item number 26 has a clerical error. We are replacing primary election with general election, so I will read it as it is intended. Item 26, accepting the certification of results for the November 5, 2024 presidential general election. Item 27, approving the appointment of Myra Pate and Jackie Roberts to the first 5 Tuolumne County Commission with terms to expire on December 17th, 2027. Item 28, approving an agreement with Bureau Veritas Technical Assessment LLC for ADA accessibility evaluation and transition plan services in an amount not to exceed $295,000 for the period of December 17, 2024 through December 16, 2025, increasing appropriations in the liability fund by $295,000 and reducing general fund contingencies by the same amount, authorizing the board chair to sign the agreement and the county administrative officer to sign all future related documents. This is a 4/5 required item. And finally, item 29, approving a letter of collaboration for the American Forest Foundation proposal to the Department of Forestry and Fire Protection Forest Health Program.
Well, that was quite the amount of consent items. So Heather has not been up here clerking for the board in a bit, and so she stepped in today, and she definitely had a list to go with. So looking to the board first, any comments on items on the consent calendar? Again, less item 10 because we'll be pulling that one for discussion. Supervisor Brandon, go ahead.
Great. The most impressive thing is she did it all in one breath, which I'll never understand. I just wanted to highlight two particular items, and I think we have item 10 pulled off. But Jamestown Road has been a priority for my district for a very long time. It's traveled quite a bit. We've done 2 major allocations for one of the projects completed, and I'm very happy to see we've got on the consent agenda the second portion of those federal funds that we got. And just to take a moment, recognizing that over the past 4 years, we're no longer the worst roads in the state. We're maybe second or third worst. And that doesn't sound like great progress, but from where we're at, I think it just, it's a good governance mentality, and it's when we've had the resources being able to invest, and it's really made a difference. And I know it's made a difference in Jamestown for that. Also, I wanted to comment on item 26 with just the election certification and say, congratulations. The last time you have to be in the audience watching the meeting and not here up at the dais as well. So we have 2 new board members that will be joining, and I'm very excited for that. So Steve, appreciate you being here. Mike's in here. I think he's probably online tuning in, but I know, right? But we're really excited. I'm really excited to have you join. So that's all.
Very good. Any additional board members? Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, and I'll start where Supervisor Brandon left off. I think if you look at some of the projects that we completed this year and what's reflected even in this agenda, we're talking about Tuolumne Road a little later. We have Jamestown Road, we have Standard Road, we've completed Crystal Falls Drive. So many of the things where people have come here asking us to work to improve our road situation has been done, and this year in particular I think is a banner year for road construction in Tuolumne County, like we haven't seen in 30 years, forever, I don't know, in a very, very long time. And so I hope that is, it's clear, concrete, pun intended, evidence that the board is hearing what the public is saying about the infrastructure problems that we have in our county. It takes a very long time when you have decades of deferred maintenance to get caught up on that, but we have clear evidence that we are getting caught up on it. We are making improvements, and we are putting resources where they're badly needed. So I'm really proud of the work that we've done this year, and we have some items, item 22 and 24, for example, that I think demonstrate that really well. So that's my comments.
Very good. Supervisor Kirk, do you have anything? Okay. I have just a couple items. One, I am in complete concurrence with my fellow board members regarding the road issues. We've worked on this. We've definitely got a ways to go yet, but we're making progress, so it's really good to see. And I would like to call out in particular item number 13. Item number 13 is a monetary donation by private party supporting our fire department, the Tuolumne County Fire Department. And so Ron and Joanne Yates, thank you so much for your generosity in doing this, obtaining not only a vehicle but some equipment, rope rescue equipment, and I just wanted to point that out, that that's an extremely generous action that they took on their part. So with that said, I will look to the public. Is there any comments on our consent calendar? Les, item 10 again, please. Good morning.
Good morning. Well, with item 10, there were 21 items on the consent calendar today. So thank you, Heather. That's a lot. It also totaled up to $9,751,241 of finances, which I thought was kind of a lot of money to be on a consent calendar. On item number 6, I'm always happy to see GEO getting things because they do amazing work. They just need a home. And for Jamestown Road and the road projects, I'm always happy to see George Reed on the calendar here because I know they always do a good job. And while you're busy applauding yourselves for all the road work that got done, I really think you need to applaud your staff. And I thought Kim McFarland was very impressive, and all the things she did to get along with people and get things done and put together a really good team and now blossom. So they deserve a lot of thanks too. And then on 26, for the election results, I always like to see how they're laid out. And Donnie laid them out different than I was used to on Tuesday night. So I'm glad to see this one made sense to me. So I like to check out the undervotes. So for Tuolumne Park and Rec, there were 1,986 undervotes with only a total of 2,768 votes. So that tells me a lot of people didn't vote when they had the opportunity. And there were some elementary school boards, I think it was Columbia L, their undervotes totaled more than the votes that any one candidate got. So I always find that very disturbing when people don't take advantage of voting. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment. Good morning, Donnie.
Good morning, Board. Donnie McNair, Clerk and Auditor Controller. Just wanted to note that error on agenda item 26 that references the primary in the agenda language, and the recommendation should have referenced the general. Other than that, everything was correct, and staff still recommends approving the item. Provided you guys the corrected memo, and then there's some available in the back as well. Thank you.
Very good, and thanks for that clarification. Any additional public comment on the consent calendar? Okay, so I'll bring it back to the board. Let's take a vote on the consent calendar, a motion.
Chair, I'll move to approve the consent saving item 10.
I'll second.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Campbell, second by Supervisor Brandon. And all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, so we carry. And so if the clerk could please read consent item number 10 again, please.
Item number 10, accepting the notice of completion for Tuolumne Road Surface Treatment Project number 1722 and authorizing the chair to sign.
All right, Supervisor Haff, go
Yes,
ahead.
thank you. I'm all in favor of approving this, but I thought it was worth mentioning what is going to happen with the, I'm going to call it the ba-bump, ba-bump, ba-bump that is on Tuolumne Road from the junction to Lambert Lake Estates. There is a plan, and I wanted the public to know what it is, so I've asked Blossom to please relate that.
Good morning, Board. Blossom Scott-Heim, your Public Works Director. Excuse me. There are 9 manholes between Monoway and Hess Avenue that were not properly ground around when we did the grinding for the rework on that. We recognize this. We are working on a solution, and we should have something done in the spring.
Thank you.
Very good, thanks for that. Well, one quick question on it. Who's going to pay for this work? Is that coming back on the original contractor, or is the county absorbing the cost?
It'll likely be absorbed by the county.
Okay.
We haven't determined what the full solution is yet.
Okay, all right, thank you. Any board members want to have any comments on this? Supervisor Brandon, go ahead.
Great, thank you. It was only a quick one. I was going to have the comment during consent with it. But for those that may be following with the media or just having to deal with the annoyance of on Tuolumne Road, even though there was obviously massive issues with the contractor that was hired, what we ended up with was something that I think is really to be congratulated for our staff and their amazing work with legal counsel. We ended up with not just a repair, but a improvement to fix that entire situation with almost no additional money, which could have been a situation where at public expense, at county expense, that would have had to have been redone or left for years as another deferred maintenance project. It got done in terms of government contracts and litigation and that relatively quickly, very high quality. And I just wanted to recognize that it took a lot of time and negotiation and effort, and I think support from this board and standing up for public taxpayer dollars to make sure that if we hire out work and we're legally required to on something like that, we're going to get our value out of it. So I just wanted to say that even though it was a messy process, I view that as an immense accountability success on bad work that was done, and we made sure to hold them accountable to it. So good job. Good job.
Very good, thank you. Any additional board comments? Okay, I don't have any comments, so I'll be looking for a motion to approve consent item number 10.
So moved.
Oh, I'm sorry. Any public comment on item 10 on the consent calendar? Okay, seeing none, and thank you for the reminder. So, I have a motion by Supervisor Brandon.
And I'll second that.
Second by Supervisor Haff. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, so the motion carries. Well, so we made it through consent and including an additional discussion on item 10. We have a little bit of time before our 10 a.m. appointments. And so what we're going to do is we're going to take a break between now and 10 a.m. and we'll reconvene at that time. Thank you. All right. If we can get everybody to quiet down, we're going to get started again here. Hello? If we can keep this side talk down, please. Very good, thank you. All right, so we're moving on to appointments. We have 10 a.m.s 1 and 2, and everybody's pretty well aware, Supervisor Haff and myself, we are completing our terms on the board, and these next two items are addressing ourselves, with the board. So if the clerk could please read the 10 a.m. one.
10 a.m. Item 1, consideration of adopting Resolution 114-24, recognizing Supervisor Kathleen K. Hath.
All right, good morning. Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office. I have the honor today of reading these resolutions for Supervisor Haff in Goldenberg and in partnership with Supervisor Brandon as we move through the recognition of 4 years of service for these two individuals. Many people don't know, but with Supervisor Haff, actually, the reason I came into the office was because when Supervisor Haff retired, I was the Behavior Health Director and applied to come into the office at that time. So I followed on the heels and actually took on the work and the projects that Supervisor Haff had already started. And she was also my analyst when I worked at the hospital and at Behavior Health. So she and I have worked together for about 20 years now. And before I get started, I just want to make sure you know, Kathleen, how much I appreciate you and your kindness, your sincerity. You always bring with you a focus on people, and no matter what is going on, that is always your focus, is what people's well-being, and that we can disagree, but that doesn't mean we should not be kind and that we should be mean-spirited. So thank you, and thank you for bringing that even on your year at the dais, because I know many, many people appreciated that. So we actually worked with the supervisors in writing these resolutions. We often will ask, what is it that was most important to you during your term or terms? And for this one, Supervisor Haff did provide the information that we have in here is what she holds near and dear to her for her 4 years here. And it's with great pleasure that I get to read this. So, whereas Kathleen K. Haff was elected in March of 2020 to serve as a District 4 Supervisor for Tuolumne County beginning in January 2021, it was only the 9th woman ever to be elected to serve as a Tuolumne County board member to date. And Supervisor Haff wasted no time in 2021 by working with the California State Association of Counties Broadband Committee to create, develop, and deliver a well-thought-out $10 billion broadband plan for the entire state of California to the governor, which he then proposed to the legislature, and they passed as SB 156 with $6 billion. Collaborated with the Six Rivers National Forest to bring the U.S. Capitol tree to Tuolumne County, and helped plan the local celebration and in standing up for the constitutional rights of staff and constituents alike under extreme duress during the pandemic. And in 2022, Supervisor Haff initiated the Housing Collaborative with a core group of leaders from the community to remove obstacles and promote opportunities to increase housing in the Tuolumne County. Instigated an informative walk with Caltrans personnel down Main Street Highway 120 in Groveland, educating them about the absolute need for sidewalks, leading to grant funding for a public works team to provide them in 2027. And served as a Yosemite Area Regional Transportation System YARTS board chair. And in 2023, Supervisor Haff was able to acquire funds from the state to purchase a 20-plus acre property in District 4 with the help of our state senator that may be used in the future for a housing project. Work with the entire board to escalate, repair, and reopen Old Priest Grade, which was closed due to landslides. Helped Pacific Gas and Electric Company accountable for safety and reliability in the communities it serves in Tuolumne County. Initiated the USDA Meat Processing Facility Project with the University of California Farm Advisor Cooperative in Calaveras County. Held the position of chair of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors, impressing the board and the community of the importance of kindness. And in 2024, through holding PG&E accountable on the prior year, Supervisor Haff was able to bring about a 16-mile undergrounding project for Pine Mountain Lake and a 9-mile wire and pole hardening project in the Groveland Big Oak Flat area that will be finalized in 2025 fiscal year, greatly reducing power outages for this community. And whereas Kathleen has wholeheartedly enjoyed representing Tuolumne County all 4 years as the Rural Counties Representatives of California, RCRC, delegate, being one of 2 delegates representing the county on YARTS board and the Tuolumne County Transportation Council, Tuolumne County Transportation Agency. And as the chair of the Access Tuolumne Local TV Nonprofit Public Benefit Corporation. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Tuolumne recognizes that Supervisor Kathleen Half has invested her heart and soul for the benefit of the community in her 4 years as an elected official in Tuolumne County. And although retiring, she will dearly miss the constituents, the staff, and the challenges and rewards that this position has afforded her from the years 2021 through 2024. Thank you, Supervisor Half. And I defer to Supervisor Brandon for the next part of this presentation.
Yes, please, go ahead, Supervisor Brandon.
And
Well, we're going to work through some comments.
We didn't have a set
open it up to the.
itinerary.
Yeah, we probably had a little disconnect there, but anyway,
We'll work
Supervisor.
out all the kinks now. By the time we get to David's, we'll have it.
Well,
for
Supervisor Half, we got elected at the same time, and a little bit of this I'm going to have to repeat for Supervisor Goldenberg as well, but it was not an easy time that we had to deal with. We had a lot of pressing county challenges, and I'm very proud of what we've been able to do as this board. You've served as chair. You've served in role as a co-founder of a lot of these things. We've worked together on a number of projects, and I want to say that I appreciate you, and as we move forward, I'll be serving 4 more years. Congratulations on your freedom. And you will be missed, and we're very excited as well. I know that you've been meeting with Supervisor-elect and having somebody that is going to be a really great addition to the board coming in, and big shoes to fill with that.
Yeah, I concur with everything we said. It's been a pleasure working with you, and to elevate the kind of things that I think that our community really wants to see, things like the road improvements, things that we've talked about on this very agenda. So I really appreciate you, and working with you. It's been an honor and a privilege, and I hope that you have a great retirement, well-deserved.
I remember when you got on the board, I thought, I'm young and ambitious, and you're so much wiser than me. But no, I appreciated your experience and what you brought to the table. You got a lot of things accomplished, especially within broadband. But I remember, honestly, when I first met you, something was brought up about pot, and your response kind of annoyed me. I'm like, oh, great. Now we're going to bring pot into the county because of something that you said. So you came on the board, and that was my first thing that I was thinking I was going to have to be dealing with. But then, lo and behold, this little thing called COVID showed up. And, I mean, everybody knows this board went through hell dealing with COVID. We'd never been there before, and like you said in the thing, you and me stood up for constitutional rights. We put our necks out there, and I'm just glad you were there when we went through that, because otherwise I would have been alone. And so I'll always remember you for being courageous. So I'm going to miss you.
Yeah, so my turn. Yeah, as Supervisor Brandon said, we came into this together, the three of us, yourself and I and Supervisor Brandon. There was a lot of things going on, and it was not. It was a very rocky start, very troubled start, and there was some differences of opinion, of course. This is not unknown. Supervisor Kirk said he was young and ambitious. Maybe he's a little older now. Anyways, Kathleen, you and I have worked personally on a number of items, of course, during the last 4 years. Really appreciate our time together, getting to know you much better. I got to know you somewhat while we were mutually campaigning, but we made a lot of progress, and a lot of that is really attributed to your pushing forward on many items. And as our CEO Riggs said, kindness was huge, and I do recall during your term as chair, you had a comment about kindness at each and every board meeting, and that was special. So thank you.
Great. And with that, we have a card from the entire board. We also have the resolution that was just read there, and one of the other projects on the cover of that as well. So how should we do this? We want to do the presentation right now, or
Well,
shall we?
I was going to look for public comment,
Great.
first of all.
Let's do that, and then maybe we'll do the resolutions
Yes.
together. What do you think? After, at the end?
Yeah, that would be,
And then I'll have some comments I want to make too, so
Sure,
whenever
great.
that time
Absolutely.
is. Okay.
so let's move to public comment this time. Anybody like to? Hello and good day.
Supervisor Half, Kathleen. On behalf of the Yosemite Highway 120 Chamber of Commerce, we want to thank you for your service to our county, to the businesses, nonprofits, residents, and visitors to the Groveland, Big Oak Flat, Yosemite Gateway communities. You've been a strong collaborator and a great partner with the Highway 120 Chamber of Commerce. It's been an honor and a pleasure to work with you, and we wish you the very best in your retirement. Thank you for all you've done.
Additional public comment. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, members of the board. Just want to take time. My name is Nick Cashy, Cal Fire Unit Chief and Tuolumne County Fire Chief, as you know, and just wanted to say thank you for your commitment in supporting the fire department during your time. With that, we were able to get the necessary equipment that we needed, as well as safer grant staffing, and continue to try to build up to a staffing level in which the community deserves. So thank you.
Good morning, Andy Murphy, Assistant Chief for County Fire. Again, I have a 6-page letter. I hope you brought Snickers, so I'm going to start reading it, but no, just kidding. We do have a letter and a plaque here. This last 4 years has been really probably the most improvements in fire protection in Tuolumne County, probably in our history. And so we just want to share our appreciation to you, and thank you.
Is there any additional public comment? Good morning, Tom.
Good morning. I just wanted to also recognize Supervisor Half as someone who really connected with her constituency, her people. The level of collaboration is very high in the community, and it really makes a difference. She has high integrity, very principled, and the kindness, the reasonable, rational approach to problem solving and being kind, but still having strength and commitment is unique. And we need as much of that as we can get on the board. And so thank you very much, Kathleen, for your support for the community.
Good day again, Sheriff.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you for bringing leadership. Thank you for putting yourself in the chair. That's a tough spot. That's a very, very tough spot. And I've been in the county for almost 16 years, and I've watched board members come and go, and I've watched decisions and yes votes and no votes, and maybe sometimes nothing happening at all and things dying on the dais. I will miss our conversations. I will miss having that time to just share candidly. Thank you for voting yes to make me the Tuolumne County Sheriff. I guess safe to say without, at least some of those, I wouldn't be here right now. So I hope that you see me as part of your legacy and what you've done in the lasting impressions. I will do my best to not let you down in that decision that you made. Please know that it's my sincerest gratitude to you for taking the safety of Tuolumne County seriously, as I do. I've always felt that we've had a shared vision. But something tells me that maybe there'll be some more coffee even into the future. Hope you answer the phone when I call. So thank you so much for everything that you've done for the county, for the sheriff's office. We are staffed. Groveland has a deputy sheriff on rotation. They are day and night. And that's a testament to this board and to your decision making and what yes and no votes mean. So again, thank you for all of the yes votes. All right.
I'll be watching you, Sheriff.
Good day.
Good morning. Pete Campa, Tuolumne County resident and general manager of the Groveland Community Services District. Personally, from the minute we had a conversation about your interest in being a supervisor, I knew it was going to be a good experience, and just really enjoyed the time. Really saw your dedication in a different way that I'd never seen before. Worked with you as county staff, been with you as a friend. Just absolutely amazing what you've brought to this board and to the South County community. From the Groveland Community Services District perspective, you've solidified the fire services with the county presidents and the agreement with the district, the grant funding for water system improvements is going to bring fire flow to the Big Oak Flat community for the first time in history. Really going to make a difference there. All of our services, you've been there for every event. You communicate probably the best of anyone I have communicated with ever in my career. And it's a pleasure. Just looking forward to your newsletters, looking forward to every day hearing from you in some way about some good thing that this board is doing, that you're doing to help out, and very much appreciated. Thank you.
Any additional public comment? All right. So will Supervisor Haff, you want to just say?
Yeah, I'm not usually long-winded. I might be a little bit here, so I apologize up front, but I have a few things to say. Other than what's already been said in the resolution, I would like first and foremost to thank my husband, Bob Haff. He has been with me the whole way from when I decided to run, because we decided together, and he was the treasurer for my campaign, and no matter what I was doing on the job, he was supportive, even if it meant taking away time from him, so I have to really thank him for that. And then I'd like to thank my grown adult children who could not be here today. They are watching online, one from Portugal and one from Oregon. You know, I haven't seen them very much in these last 4 years. I look forward to spending more time with them. I would also like to thank a group of friends who supported me in my campaign. Many of them are here today. They put on an awesome French dinner during my campaign, and quite a few of them, some here, some not here, went campaigning with me. I had over 30 different people campaigning with me, going door to door. And they've been phenomenal throughout this 4 years, so I can't say enough about my good friends. And then I also want to thank a group that I'm sure most of you don't even know about. It's kind of a secret group. It's a spiritual group that I put together to work on the behalf of the county. And they, before every board meeting, they came together, not necessarily physically, to support this county, the constituents, the board, and you know, for the betterment of our community. And from the bottom of my heart, I thank you. And of course, I can't forget the fabulous constituents of District 4. I mean, it was mentioned in the in the resolution, but especially in the Groveland Big Oak Flat area, I can't say enough about that community there. They are so engaged. They want to be part of the solution. They come out when called and they give their opinions, and boy, they have them. But it's been a pleasure to work, and an honor to work hand in hand with them. And then finally, you notice I didn't mention the board in the resolution. The things that were mentioned in the resolution were more personal things that I took on, but I want to acknowledge all of the big work we did in this board together. And yes, we don't actually do the work. Our staff does the work, but we set policy, we start the process, we set the budgets and that kind of thing. So in that regard, I wanted to mention a few things. They're not in any particular order, and it's by no means the entire exhaustive list, but this board has been especially busy, and you've already heard a little bit about that. So I'm just going to rattle off. It's only a page worth, so bear with me here. But the things that came to mind were Title 17. We did the Title 17 update. That was a huge lift. The approval and implementation of a software called open.gov, which included customizing it to fit our county's needs to make the government run more efficiently. And in many departments, with special mention to the Community Development Department online permitting system and the big lift, the help of IT to customize it to our needs. That was over a year in the making, I think, and it's huge. The passing of the Hazardous Vegetation Management Ordinance, the authorization and acquisition of housing for the homeless willing to accept services, the authorization and acquisition of housing for behavioral health clients, the passing of critical infrastructure ordinance and the clean and clear ordinance to hold unhoused people accountable for their behavior and actions. A passing of the community facilities district to help plan for past, current, and future emergency response development infrastructure. This is another big one. Historic funding for road maintenance and equipment, enough to move our PCI, it's called PCI, but it's Pavement Condition Index, up for the first time in decades, and I understand it moved from 24 to 34. So that's quite a lot. And it's been declining for at least 3 decades, maybe more. So bringing it up that much is incredible within our time here on the board. Record funding for fire in terms of more staffing and big equipment, small equipment too, replacement to keep our county from burning down, as Supervisor Kirk likes to say. Increased attention to professional staff development, including training staff in the high performance objective, the HPO model. Creation of our county's first ever Board of Supervisors governance manual. Board authorization to pre-fund PERS and also pay down PERS liability. The MSA, the Master Stewardship Agreement progress in terms of increased funding for CERL. That was already in motion when we took office, but we helped further it. And also CERL 2.0, which is a massive forest cleanup around CERL was a massive cleanup around Cedar Ridge and up Highway 108, and now it's going to move over into the Tuolumne watershed. Approval of professional development of the Office of Emergency Services, as they have applied for and received grants that have helped our community become safer in public and private properties. And for those of you who don't know, we used to have a half-time person taking care of all emergency services needs, and it really just never cut it. So they have increased by getting funding to pay for better protection of our county. And so these are just a few of the many things our board has authorized and approved to run our government more efficiently and to meet varied needs of our constituents. So I want to thank the entire board for their willingness to what I call GSD, get stuff done.
Great.
Okay, Supervisor Brandon.
I was only going to say that I think she covered a lot of ground. Yours is going to be a lot less difficult. So we have our 10 a.m. We'll be doing them separately. We still got to make sure this passes too. So I just always want to remind everybody, you never know when it comes to the board. With that, I'd be happy to make the motion to adopt Resolution 11424, recognizing Supervisor Kathleen K. Half. I didn't know your middle initial until just now.
That's how I sign.
Oh, there we go. Recognize that adoption as a thank you for your 4 years and your service on the board.
And I'll second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Supervisor Brandon, seconded by Supervisor Kirk. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Better not be. And abstains? None. Very good. Thank you. Congratulations.
Greg, what do you want to say?
All right. So if the clerk could please read our 10 a.m. 2.
10 a.m. Item 2, consideration of adopting Resolution 115-24, recognizing Supervisor David Goldenberg.
Okay. Good morning again. Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office. I also have the pleasure of reading Supervisor Goldenberg's resolution. And Supervisor Goldenberg, one of the things that I want to relay to you on behalf of staff is also your sincerity. You are, you never fail to walk through the offices on the 4th floor and check to see how staff are doing. You almost always come in to check on everyone before you leave for the night, and you always come in and wish everyone a good weekend before you leave. And I want you to know those things don't go unnoticed, and that sincerity towards the well-being and caring of staff goes a long ways, and you'll be remembered for that. So thank you. We appreciate you. Okay, so I will read this and then again defer to Supervisor Brandon and the board for the rest of this presentation. We also work with Supervisor Goldenberg on those things that were most important to him during these 4 years, and I am happy to read those to everyone now. So whereas David Goldenberg started his term as a District 1 Supervisor for Tuolumne County beginning in January 2021 and completed his term as the Chair of the Board of Supervisors in 2024. Whereas Supervisor Goldenberg entered into politics after a successful 35-year career with CAL FIRE, where he learned the values that were the driving force in his approach to politics. And Supervisor Goldenberg understood that the role of a county supervisor is a full-time job and as important service to the public and staff. Supervisor Goldenberg worked diligently to provide a voice of reason to each board meeting, bringing a sense of calm to the dais and use of sense of humor to help himself and others maintain perspectives no matter how trying the circumstances might be. Supervisor Goldenberg was consistent in treating the public and county employees with the utmost respect and honesty, feeling that it is critically important to believe in and trust the staff. And Supervisor Goldenberg understood that the supervisor position is nonpartisan and decisions should not be based on any political affiliation, as our world is not simply black and white, but rather different shades of gray, and addressed issues with this in mind. Supervisor Goldenberg never let go of the fact that the county is obligated to provide the absolute best fire protection and law enforcement services since his first day in office, and championed the purchase of 9 pieces of fire apparatus, 7 fire engines, and 2 water tenders, and a new breathing support unit through relationships established and cultivated with county staff and his fellow supervisors. Supervisor Goldenberg also clearly understood the Tuolumne County Sheriff Department 911 operation was a critical piece of infrastructure and pursued a plan for a new 911 dispatch center. Supervisor Goldenberg was committed to serving his community through participation and leadership in his varied committee assignments, chairing the Fire Safety Advisory Committee, Homelessness Committee, and Committee on Aging, serving on the boards of Amador Tuolumne Action Agency, Area 12 Agency on Aging, California State Association of Counties, and National Association of Counties. And Supervisor Goldenberg was a strong advocate for increasing cultural space in Tuolumne County, recognizing the arts are extremely important and supporting the library and recreation programs as one of his top priorities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Tuolumne recognizes that Supervisor David Goldenberg has dedicated his time, energy, and heart to serving his community to the highest level as a county supervisor from years 2021 through 2024. Thank you, Supervisor Goldenberg.
Supervisor Brandon.
We've spent a half decade together. Think about that. Who could have guessed that 5 years ago we would end up electing a firefighter and have the most unprecedented increase and I think investment and repairs and fixing a Tuolumne County fire system that really needed it, and it needed that leadership. And to do so in such a way, too, where none of those stations were in your district, right? You were fighting steadfast for all of the communities of the county, and I know that is something that you have always held up here, that in addition to what we do for our districts, we are countywide supervisors, and you've always brought that to the table. You know that, we each bring our own kind of values to it. I can be a little pushy, I come in strong on it, I love that, and that's maybe what I bring to the table there. You have always been the voice of, I think, reason on this board in trying to get us to look at the bigger picture and work together better. And I feel like, especially I know we have our Myers-Briggs on the door there, and we have the exact opposite personality type in every category, that has been very complimentary, and that has been very helpful. And for any disagreements that end up happening at the board too, I think a lot of the progress was because we were able to pull it down to helping people. And so I want to say, behalf of the board there and coming up to have to be chair, hopefully the next with that I've appreciated your time on here. And again, also looking forward that we're having new leaders come on, big shoes to fill, but you've been a pleasure to work with, and Tuolumne County is in a better place because of your service. So, yeah, follow that.
Yeah. I can remember talking to a fresh-faced David Goldenberg. I remember we had lunch together when you were just thinking about running. I don't think you'd really told anybody yet that you were interested in serving on the Board of Supervisors. And you asked me what it was like, and I said, well, the hours are long, the pay stinks. When you do a bad job, you hear about it nonstop from everybody. When you do a good job, you don't hear anything. But you have this really rare opportunity to actually see change in your community on a level that you really can't almost anywhere else. And so I said, if you get the chance, you should definitely do it. And you took that and you ran with it, and you made it happen. And it's really been a pleasure serving with you. You have a lot to be proud of on the board. I remember you and I worked together on the vegetation management ordinance from the beginning, and that was a very uphill struggle. And I really got to know you and the way you operate, and I really appreciated that through that experience. And now that you're retiring, much deserved, and great thanks to your beautiful wife, who I think is here. But I can now tell you about a secret drinking game that the staff and members of the community have related to Supervisor Goldenberg. Every time you mention your experience in CAL FIRE, Tuolumne County takes a drink. So thank you very much. It's been great serving with you, and wish you all the best.
Glad Supervisor Brandon brought up Myers-Briggs. Remember that, Tracy? It was like 2-3 years ago. We need to do that again for the next board retreat and for the new board members coming on. And what it is it's a personality test, right? And like I said, with half, we got elected. We went through COVID. it was a 3-2 vote most of the time, anything COVID related, and that brought us through a lot of turmoil. But we went to that retreat, and I read what I liked about that retreat is I read everybody else's Myers-Briggs personality thing. And then I started understanding how to communicate better with all you guys. And I remember yours, David, was basically you were, at the end of the day, you were a servant and you really wanted peace. You're a peacemaker. And so I started to understand you a lot better after that. And so the things that you brought to fire, the vegetation stuff, anything, you're fire, I'm law enforcement. So I really think that was a great combination serving our community. And we're leaps and bounds ahead with fire. I think because of your 2 cents and what you brought to the table there. And for me, and I think for the board in general, it's fire, law enforcement, and roads. And so we really kicked, excuse my language, you really kicked ass in those areas. And you're a part of it. So I appreciate you. And I wish you all the best and your wife and traveling and grandkids. Every time I think I asked what you were doing, you were off somewhere to see some grandkids. So enjoy that because that's really, this is great, but that stuff's eternal. So I hope you really enjoy that moving forward.
Well, you guys are a hard act to follow. You've mentioned a lot of things. And yeah, I remember the 3 of us, before it was not illegal to do so, talking about how we were going to do things. And some of it came true. Some of it was a little different than what we had envisioned. But I think it's been a good run. And David, what I most appreciate about you that hasn't been said is your willingness, especially in working on the homeless committee. You and I were on that committee together for a while, and then we were trying to streamline things. And so I appreciate that you were willing to take over as the board chair, as the board member representative in that committee, and the things that you have accomplished as a result have been tremendous. And it goes for the whole board as far as the things that we've done for the homeless. But you have a heart for it, and you were really good in that position. And of course, with Supervisor Campbell, the vegetation management, that was a huge lift. And I think our county is safer as a result of having that, and I look forward to a time when we can actually start educating people on what they need to do to make their property less risky as far as fire is concerned, so we don't burn down. Yeah. Anyway, good luck to you in your retirement. I wish you all the best.
Well, thank you all for the very nice comments. So I'll reach out to the public. Is there any public comment? Hello, Andy.
Good morning again, probably for the last time. Supervisor Goldenberg. Again, I'm your Assistant Chief, Andy Murphy. Chief Cashier apologizes. He had to step out briefly. So some of you may or may not know that Supervisor Goldenberg used to work for CAL FIRE. We actually worked together when I was a resident firefighter in Sonora, old Sonora, we call it now. No imprint there, but no, we really appreciate. We just wanted to express our appreciation for you. We too have a letter and a plaque, a little history on. For those that don't know, the helmet shield, the leather helmet shield that's on the plaque goes back to the early 1800s and a signified rank and what company you worked with and even your name. So this is a little token of our appreciation. It really, I think with the background really helped with the entire board and with the community, with your history and background with the department. And like I said previously, the steps that have been made in fire protection in this county is unprecedented. And it's largely due to the board. So we certainly appreciate your contributions and your friendship.
Good morning, Board. Apologies for not being here, so I'd like to cover two with one shot because I was in a mandated Cal OES training. I'm still in it, but they don't know, so I ran over really quick. I just want to say, on behalf of the Office of Emergency Services, and myself and our staff, Supervisor Half, you have been amazing. We all have totally we're very grateful for your work in OES previous. It's pretty amazing to be in a county office of emergency service and have so many previous OES at my fingertips to be able to ask for both advice but also historic information. You have been an incredible support to the work that we've been doing. Our growth in OES, as you stated, has just in part to your support and your dedication to the work that we do. So I appreciate you and thank you. To Supervisor Goldenberg, the same. I have enjoyed your commitment to the work that we do as your primary staff for the Fire Safety Advisory Board. I've learned a lot and am very thankful for the ear that you always gave, but also the advice and the work that we do and stressing the importance of the work that we do. So again, also our growth is due not only to both of you, the entire board, the work that we do, and I am very grateful. You will be missed, but I know you'll be there if I need you. I always have a place for you in the EOC, so I will call you. All right, thank you so much.
Welcome.
Good morning, members of the board. Dan Hawks, Chief Probation Officer. I'm a resident of Sonora and a constituent of your district, so I feel I obligated to come up and thank you. But I also just want to acknowledge your kindness, your reasoned approach, and I don't know exactly where you stood when you came into office on the juvenile hall, but I know you had a very open mind and you were willing to take tours and took a genuine interest in what we did at probation. I do appreciate that. And the kind words that you always offered throughout your tenure here and the consensus building that I saw. I do appreciate what you've done. Both supervisors, really, you will be missed. I just want to let you know that, and thank you for what you've done. Thank you very much.
Good morning, board members. Maria Sullivan, County Counsel's Office. I just wanted to reiterate what CAO Riggs mentioned about your engagement with staff. Some of us who live in our offices or in the courtroom don't get to know the board members very well. We did work a little bit together, mainly on LAFCO, but I just want to say how much I do appreciate you coming to the office regularly to check in, say hi, on the weekends, to wish us a good weekend. I enjoyed our conversations about your travel and your home projects. That really set you apart, just taking the time to come and see us. And I want to thank you, in addition to all of the many accomplishments that you achieved. So, thank you.
Thank you. I have to start with thank you. Again, thank you for your yes vote, making me the sheriff of Tuolumne County in between election cycles. Thank you for all the time. You have gone above and beyond to make time to meet outside of these meetings and really get to know each other. I will miss that. I will miss the coffee. I will miss the candid conversation. One of the things that I really appreciate is there's no guesswork. If there's something that you have to say, you are going to say it, and that helps me in ways that you will never know. And so being able to have that type of a relationship where we can just talk and say the things that we need, especially on behalf of what we think are the best ideas, has always been very helpful. Thank you for pushing for 911 like I've never seen anybody push for 911 before. Even I reflect back on the board retreat that we had earlier in the year, and you were 100% supportive of 911, and in fact, we're pushing to get that onto the priorities, and the board supported that. And I remember that as I was a captain at the time, but I remember just that energy that you put into it, because 911 is 100% the heartbeat of everything that we do for all safety, and we have seen that project move at great lengths. And I think that a lot of that is not just the support of the board, but also you pushing and advocating, because you have that thorough knowledge of how important that really is. Had the opportunity to work with you in homelessness and sitting in on the committee and really getting the raw information that has helped me work with you and the board and on behalf of the people to address homelessness in a way that reflects compassion and accountability, which is no easy feat when we're navigating such a complicated issue. So again, appreciate you always saying what you think is right and appropriate, even if it ruffles feathers. I'm guilty of that too, a time or two in my day. But again, I appreciate the relationship beyond just working together. You've always made time for that, and I appreciate that in your leadership. Thank you for making tough decisions. Thank you for your service.
Any additional? All right. Well, bring it back to the board, and I don't have anything prepared as far as a statement, other than just to kind of talk about a few areas. And I really appreciate, the comments that came from my fellow board members. This job's tough, right? And you have to make tough decisions. As Supervisor Campbell said, you hear about it if things, people aren't happy. We do hear occasionally when somebody's happy with something. They don't leave that aside. But, I would not have been able to do this job without the support of my wife, Linda. She's in the back corner there, probably hiding right now. There was many, many times, where, long days, evenings, weekends, and she didn't necessarily like it all the time, but she understood and appreciated, that what I was doing, and supported me. So I really, that meant, tremendous amount. I've really enjoyed my conversation, with conversations, multiple over 4 years with all the board members, and absolutely there was times where we're in full agreement, times where we were pretty far apart, but we were always able to have those conversations. So and that's important, as a body. It's important for us to work together, and my goodness, we made a lot of progress these last 4 years. Got a lot of stuff done. And that, doing that, sometimes, everybody's seen where there's been some times where it's kind of a little bit scattered at times. It doesn't mean that each of us don't care and don't want to do good things, but we all, have our individual opinions. I'm really proud of, as the resolution said, my own background, CAL FIRE. It was something that, was important to me. Obviously, you don't spend that long of a time in your life without that, going with you for the rest of your life. And so the improvements we were able, to make, maybe I shepherded some, maybe I pushed harder at times for some. None of it would have been possible without this board coming together. And Supervisor Kirk said it, right? We supported fire, we supported law enforcement, and we did the best we could on the roads and made some progress. But those things came about because we were able to do that as a board. OES, I've got tremendous respect for, how OES has grown in staff and the ability to, do things in our community to help protect our community. As the sheriff mentioned, 911 dispatch was very important to me as a separate issue straight from fire. And I did manage a 911 dispatch center for a couple of years, so I had good knowledge about the importance of that. But more than anything else, and I truly appreciated all of the staff, everything that they do day in and day out. There's been a few times where it's been difficult, for staff, just based on things that are going on in the community and decisions that the board makes. But I've just got the utmost, respect for our staff and what they do every single day. And so my appreciation, to all of you for that. And that's all I have, I guess.
And though we still got to see if the resolution passes, we do have this for you as well as outgoing Chair of the Board of Supervisors, your very own gavel to use at future, I'm not sure, maybe at a tenderized meat or anything, but it's going to look great on a wall. Thank you for being the chair of this board. All right, and bringing it back.
I'll make a motion to approve this resolution. Do I need to mention the number? Okay, for David Goldenberg.
And I will second.
Okay, I have motion by Supervisor Haff, a second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And any abstain? Okay, motion passes, and thank you. Thank you all.
And if it's okay, I know we have a lot of photos to potentially be taking here. If we may recommend, I think we got a little bit of recess time maybe, and we can do, I think, individual photos maybe in order. Do a group photo with the board, and then open it up to do them with everybody. How's that sound?
Sure. Yeah,
Great.
We've got some time, so we'll break into a recess and just kind of do a general get-together and photos. Thank you. Okay, time to return. We have an 11 o'clock. We can go a little bit. Let's make it 11:10. We'll reconvene. Okay, we're resuming our Board of Supervisors meeting, and we're going to move on to our 11 a.m. appointment. And if the clerk could please read that appointment.
11 a.m. Public hearing, Stuart E. Hattler Estate, consideration of determining that the county's summary abatement actions on 10th Avenue, Jamestown, California, 95327, APN 003-080-032-000, located in Tuolumne County, satisfied the conditions listed in Tuolumne County Ordinance Code Section 1.10.230A.
Okay, very good. So I'm going to open the public hearing, and I'm just going to run down real quickly here just the ordering that we're going to do as we hear this item coming up here. We'll have our department counsel make a statement about procedure as need be. Then we'll have our presentation. Do we have an appellant that joined us today? Anybody from the Hattler representing? Or
actually, to streamline this, the department will work in our statement with her presentation.
Okay, all right.
As I understand, the appellant won't be present.
Okay, all right. So we won't have that. And then, as normal, we'll do board questions, put it out for public comment. Then if there's any other communications that may have come in, the board clerk can address those, and then we will move on, back to the board. So Please go ahead with presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Brian Bell, I'm Assistant Director with CDD, here today as your Co-Compliance Officer, along with my colleague, Co-Compliance Officer Nancy Tucker. We are here today, of course, bringing you a summary abatement hearing regarding case number 23-176. And this is a determination for 10700 10th Avenue in Jamestown. Briefly, I will go over the board memo to identify some of the history leading up to this. Before I jump into that, I think it is important to identify that we have had substandard housing cases on this property dating back to 2011. It has been one of those properties that has been challenging, to say the least. And of course, ultimately has risen to the level of deterioration that we are here today before you. On October 2nd, most recently on October 2nd, 2024, Co-Compliance Investigator Nancy Tucker identified an unsecured and dangerous building as well as various solid waste violations located at 10700 10th Avenue. This is in the community of Jamestown, of course. A subsequent inspection was conducted by myself on October 8th, where it was determined that the deterioration and structural deficiencies of the trailer and the structure built around it had begun to structurally fail and presented an immediate danger to the public. I will draw your attention to section 1504 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, which includes adoption of the California Building Code in part, section 116.1, clarifying unsafe conditions relative to buildings that might be in the authority of the authority having jurisdiction. I won't take too much time elaborating on the section and how it spells. We can go over that here in the presentation as well. Some of the items that we identified to meet the unsafe criteria, which warranted the summary abatement action, included but were not limited to the collapsing roof and ceiling structures of a dangerous and unsecured building, the bowing and structurally unstable bearing wall structure of the mobile supporting the collapsing roof and ceiling, various bits of putrescible waste containing rodents and other hazardous elements, indiscriminate human waste throughout the dangerous and unsecured building, and dangerous metal, glass, and other hazardous debris. On October 22nd, 2024, Co-Compliance Abatement Contractor, obtained through one of our requests for qualifications, proceeded to abate the dangerous situation on 10th Avenue. Again, on December 5th, 2024, we notified the owner's representative of the subject property of the public hearing today. And of course, pursuant to the county's co-compliance ordinance, your board must hold this hearing within 90 days of the summary abatement action. If you don't mind, we will jump right into the presentation where I can identify various information for your consideration. Hearing review, of course, we are here that a preponderance of the evidence is the standard. The burden, of course, is on this department. And then our recommendations are that the violations existed, that summary abatement was justified, that the owner's estate is liable, of course, and that the penalties are automatic. Location information as previously described, Stuart Hattler Estate, located at 003-080-032, assessor's parcel number, and at 10700 10th Avenue in Jamestown. Again, the allegations of numerous building and solid waste violations. The primary allegation, of course, is the unsecured and uninhabited dwelling that was deemed to be an immediate health hazard that required summary abatement to protect the public. This case is limited to administrative enforcement of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code and its adopted regulations. Once again, we have a section that is adopted pursuant to section 1504 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, which states in part that structures or existing equipment that are or hereafter become unsafe, insanitary, or deficient because of inadequate means of egress facilities, inadequate light and ventilation, or that constitute a fire hazard or otherwise dangerous to human life or public welfare, or that involve illegal or improper occupancy or inadequate maintenance, shall be deemed an unsafe condition. Unsafe structures shall be taken down and removed or made safe as the building official deems necessary and as provided for in this section. A vacant structure that is not secured against any entry shall be deemed unsafe. Here is a shot of the structure in question and the property associated with it before the abatement action began. You can see various debris as well as various deteriorating structural elements associated with the roof. You can see it's starting to collapse here in the center. Bless you. As we proceed into the front of the building, you can see very obviously the concave nature of the trailer wall that is starting to cave in under the weight of an additional roof structure, which I will point out here in a moment, that was built over the top of this trailer that is creating, again, one of the most hazardous conditions here is this is structurally failing completely. Unfortunately, in here we have elements of human waste as well as other substandard and hazardous debris. The elements inside of this trailer were, as you can tell, beyond substandard and completely unsecured. As you all may be aware, this is in a neighborhood area. There are small children who live literally next door to this building, and we're actually routinely out there during our abatement proceedings, lending to the immediate hazard, of course. Again, other exposed interior portions of the building, exposed wiring, as well as other solid waste and putrescible debris. I can make my way through these slowly here to show you these. Here's some of the more important photographs. Here is a portion of the ceiling that is starting to structurally collapse and cave in on itself. This is due to the lack of maintenance, the overbuilt roof structure that was contributing to the exuberant amount of weight that was on the trailer ceiling itself. And then, of course, that lack of maintenance led to various leaks, and over time has just, again, presented itself to a point of failure. More ongoing photographs relative to the collapse of the ceiling. More exposed wiring and other damaged portions of the building. And again, you can see the extreme nature of the ceiling collapsing on the interior of the building here down various portions of this area. More evidence of the leaks, the stuffed elements trying to plug the leaks, and how those have created the bulge and the collapsing nature of the ceiling. Once again, near the stovepipe here, continued rainwater intrusion as well as deterioration of the structural elements of the ceiling. More portions of this structure that had been demolished and otherwise taken apart for various reasons, leaving exposed wiring and other hazardous conditions. More evidence here of the collapsed ceiling and the deteriorating nature of the structure itself. Once again, the nature of the falling apart here and the wiring that is coming apart. Again, just various elements to provide to you today. Here's another shot of the ceiling itself. You can see this overbuilt area. It will become more apparent in the next photograph, I believe. The ceiling is collapsing in this nature here. The weight of all of these elements and the, well, incomplete nature of the roofing material itself has just led to a complete deterioration of the building. Let me get into some more photographs here. This is some collapsed cover on the backside of the building as well as the other putrescible waste and debris. And of course, various bits of this throughout the parcel. In the area leading up to the structure, there are various bits of metal, broken glass, putrescible waste, and rodents associated with this parcel. We come out to the front, you can see various abandoned vehicles, some of which had been removed, at least by the time we got there. Other ones had been stacked on top of each other. Precarious nature, fortunately, they had been somewhat adjusted before this photograph was taken. But again, I remind you that there are literally next door children running around and playing in this neighborhood. So this was determined to be a very important life safety matter to abate. I do want to go through the summary abatement noticing here. I do have a couple more photographs to show you that might highlight some of what I mentioned. But the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code Section 110-230A states the following. If the department head determines with concurrence by the code compliance officer there exists a violation which is such of nature as to be an imminent threat to the public health or safety, and if not abated would, during the pendency of the proceedings, subject the public to potential harm of a serious nature, the same may be abated forthwith without compliance with the notice and pre-abatement hearing provisions of this chapter. When repair or removal of the condition is economically infeasible, abatement may include demolition of the structures or destruction of real or personal property. As I stated before, on October 2nd, Code Compliance Officer Nancy Tucker had recognized that this condition had deteriorated past the point of no return. I concurred on October 8th that this building was of such a structural deficiency and public health safety issue that it needed to be abated immediately. We then, of course, commenced with our code compliance contractor to move forward on abating the situation. In this photograph here, you can see where our contractor, in the effort to remediate this building, identified the overbuilt structure. This is not part of the original trailer that was installed. This is a roof structure that was constructed over the original trailer structure. It is portions of this are part of the reason this entire building was starting to collapse. This trailer is not designed to support this kind of weight. And as time progressed and the leaks progressed and the various different substandard conditions enhanced inside this building, it just was one of the things that led to the complete structural failure of the walls that were supporting the structure. This is the site today, free of all debris, free of all putrescible waste, free of all hazards associated with this parcel that might be of harm to the adjacent neighborhood. One more shot there showing you how all erosion control measures are in place and how this entire area has been cleaned. As at this time, the staff recommends to your board that you find the following. The violations in this parcel existed, that Tuolumne County code compliance was justified under the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code Section 110-230A to conduct the summary abatement, that the owner's estate is responsible, that the summary abatement costs shall be imposed per ordinance, and your authorization to issue a final abatement order for the chair's signature. We are available for any questions you may have.
All right. Thank you for the presentation. It was very thorough. The photos tell the story. Before I bring it to the board, I'll ask once again if there's any representative of the Hattler estate here that would like to come forward and speak. Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I just wanted to make sure so we have that on record. So I'll bring it to the board. Any questions from board members? Okay, I'm not seeing any questions. I don't have any questions myself. Like I said, the pictures themselves, the cleanup at the end is very, very nice. So is there any public comment on this item? Okay, seeing no public comment or communications, I'll at this time bring it back with the board, and I'll close the public hearing. And unless there's any comments or questions, I'll look for a motion. Supervisor Brandon, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Provide comments since this is in Jamestown. I'm very familiar with the area that's around it. There's a lot of issues that have plagued the county for a long time. I think we had at one point even hired special legal counsel to look into some of the issues there. So I only want to say thank you. It was a very thorough presentation. It matches what I've individually observed as well, and I think it documents it very well, and it's a real blessing in that neighborhood to be able to get rid of that, because it's not just next door to kind of one house and the kids. I mean, what you brought up, there is multifamily housing that is there. A large number of people live next to what is effectively this very unsafe kind of trash heap. And so I want to encourage more efforts like this. I think there's a lot of places that kind of fit into this category. And this is something that is a huge step in not just cleaning the data area up, but where we may see these things in all of our districts and county-wide. I think something that's absolutely to be encouraged. This type of stuff we can't simply just leave. And leave it as a blight on a neighborhood, because this prevents the ability also of all the surrounding areas and properties and families and investors and whoever could help come to the table solve these problems. It chases them away. And the more that we can address these issues and use the tools at our disposal, the more we're going to be able to hopefully open these areas up for new opportunities that's been long overdue. So if there's no other comment, I'm happy to make a motion on it.
I'll just make a brief comment that I'm in complete concurrence with Supervisor Brandon's comments. Where we had the opportunity to in other areas, we should continue to try and abate these things as we see them. It's just necessary. And with that said, Supervisor Brandon, you have a...
Yeah, move on the staff recommendation for the county summary abatement actions.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, so I have a motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Half. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay. Very, very good work in taking care of this situation, and your presentation was very thorough as well. Thank you.
Thank you all very much for your support.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, that's what I was just thinking. So, at this point, it's 11:30, and we do have an agenda item that is showing for closed session. And so I'd like to have the clerk please read that item, and then I have a statement to make myself.
Item number 30, closed session, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Authority Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Grant Hewlett v. County of Tuolumne et al., United States District Court, Eastern District of California, case number 123-CV-01217-HBK.
Okay, thank you. So, to County Council, first of all, do we expect a report out on this item? Okay. So we do respect, we're going to have a report out. So I would like to just announce at this point that I'm recusing myself from this item. This is dealing with the Grant Hewlett, is the son of my next door neighbor, Ben Hewlett. And I've known Grant as he grew up through the years, so I have a close personal connection as my direct next door neighbor, so I'll be recused. Are you guys going to meet in the law library or? Okay, so you guys will go into closed session in the law library. I'll be in my office, so when you guys are complete, let me know, and we'll do the report out, and then we'll break for lunch at that time. Yes, thank you. Is there any public comment on this item before we actually go into closed session? Okay, seeing none, going into closed session at this time. Thank you. All right, good afternoon, everyone. And we're going to resume the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors meeting. And so we, this morning, when I had oral communications, we had a member of the public that desired to speak but was unfortunately not able to be here. And so we invited him to come back this afternoon so that he could have a brief few comments. And so I'm going to reopen oral communications at this time. My desire is just to have this one gentleman that couldn't speak this morning speak, but I do understand that if somebody else wants to speak, that we're required to do so. So with that said, I would like to invite Coach Clifton from Sonora High School to please come up to the podium. Yay!
Hi, everybody. My name is Kurt Clifton. I'm the head coach at Sonora High School, my first year as a head coach. And I just wanted to, as you all know, that's why we live in Tuolumne County, what a great community we have and where we live. And all of the private donations from alumni, ex-players, and especially the businesses made it a really epic trip for our student athletes. And, the real work began after the game when we have to order all the T-shirts and sweatshirts and hats and patches and get the patches customized. And fortunately enough, the fundraising efforts were so tremendous, we're able to order championship rings for the kids as well, which is unbelievable because that expense is really high. But the thing I'm most proud about our trip down was the Saturday morning before the game. We had breakfast from the hotel. They gave us a private room, and we had all the, everything we could have wanted in the breakfast. And the hotel manager came up to me, and he just said, "I want to congratulate you on, getting to the state championship game." And he said, "But we've been doing this for 4 years, and we've never had a team bust their own table and clean up after themselves." And he says, "I just want to give a shout out to you guys and what gentlemen they were." And that is what made me most proud. And because we tried to instill not only hard work but doing the right thing, which is very hard to do when you're 16. And sometimes it's hard when you're 40. So that is probably what made me the most proud on the entire trip. And just want to thank everybody in the community and all the support and the thank yous. It was crazy. I think I opened my phone at about an hour after the game. I had 171 text messages from all the coaches in our league and from fans and family and So it was really pretty awesome for the community, and especially because Somerville won at the same time. If the CIF was smart, they would have played us both at the same venue, and they could have doubled their money. But that's to the powers that be. That doesn't have anything to do with us. There was also 2 counties in the state of California that had state champion football teams this year. One was Orange County, and one was Tuolumne County. And obviously, we only have 2 schools in our county, and we can put our whole county in one city in Orange County. So it was a pretty special moment for everybody in the entire community. I just want to thank everybody.
Well, my goodness. It's so fantastic to have not one, but both teams from Tuolumne County, both, winning their respective state titles. And just fantastic, and really a tribute to you as a coach for Sonora High School. And yes, it goes, of course, with the players.
Yeah, and the administration of the school and the coaching staff, and I always say it takes a village when you run a program with 100 and something kids in there, and it's our freshman staff, our JV staff, and our varsity staff, and everybody else that helps out, our filmer, and it's pretty special.
Absolutely. Yep. So congratulations. Thank you so much.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
All right. Awesome. Okay, as I stated, as we reconvened for this afternoon, I did open up oral communications. It's open up to others, but again, my intent was to allow the coach himself to speak. But is there anybody else that wishes to speak?
All right. Good morning. I apologize for not being here this morning. So, good morning to the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors Corporation, but we are still under the 1849 state constitution. And I'm John Flynn, your political watchdog. This is an educational history speech today. Now, Kirk's Law Corner, Mondays at 6 p.m., Monday nights, he teaches common law and natural law. Kirk talked about the Declaration of Independence in detail on October 21st, 2024, which is under common law. And that's also common law and natural law. And he also talked on November 4th, but November 11th and November 15th was such a shocker, I couldn't get my notes in order to be here on November 19th. I was so discombobulated. And so I'm here now. And Kirk never swears. He's a really good guy. And but he goes into great detail. But what he explained on November 15th was President Trump has the legal authority to fire any governor in the union if they blatantly violate their oath of office to the Constitution. President Trump was elected as president. He was Donald Trump was elected president and is the chief executive. Now, all the governors in the state are chief executives, and there are 23 blue state governors, and they're all colluding on Article 1, Section 9, Article 1, Section 10, Clause 1 and 3. And they're not allowed, they shouldn't be doing that. But the President of the United States, Donald Trump, he can fire any governor. He has that authority if they're blatantly violating their oath of office. And Mark W. Smith, anybody who watches this knows what I'm talking about. So now, what time? 2. And now, Ryan Campbell, your wife, is a judge locally, and she's getting mixed up in stuff. She's denying there's no, this is Kevin Siebert and Briardorf as well, judges, court of record. It's a court of record, power to find or imprison for contempt. There are 4 proponents to it. Keep a record of the proceeding. There's none of that. There's no court reporters. Proceeding according to common law, not statutes or code. The tribunal is independent of the magistrate and judge, and generally has a seal, optional. And there's no court reporters. Pro se litigants and pro se helping other people out are being chased out of the courtroom by the sheriff department. The sheriff has to become asked about that politely. I'll do it. And then
and I'm sorry, your time is up. Thank you. Does anybody else want to speak under oral communications? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back and ask our clerk to please read our 1:30 p.m. 1 appointment.
1:30 p.m. Item 1, public hearing to complete the Coronavirus CARES Act grant closeout requirements for contract 20-CDBG-CV2-3-00170 and report outcomes and accomplishments.
Good afternoon.
Hold on one moment, please. Open the public hearing, first of all. And so, yes,
Perfect.
please go ahead and present.
Lori Adams, Adams Ashby Group. I work with Mo Frank in regards to managing your CDBG programs and funding. So we're here to present the closeout hearing for the CDBG CV funds that were awarded under the CARES Act. These funds were received and allocated to the community in the total of $739,534. You partnered with ATCA to deliver those funds to the community, and that was done with the Housing Stabilization Program, hotel vouchers, food bank operations support, as well as an added project where we were able to improve the parking lot at the food bank to sustain that facility and to make that more user-friendly. We were able to expend all of the funds under this program. The county or the state had allowed us a couple of extensions in order for us to meet those expenditures. After threats of taking it away, we were able to come to some conclusions that they weren't going to be able to meet those expenditure rates that the federal government had originally placed on the funds. And we were able to provide up to 3 months of emergency subsistence to a total of 113 households. The food bank operations were able to provide food for over 1,180 persons within the county. And the parking lot then supports those efforts as well. So today we're here to reflect on those accomplishments, answer questions related to that, and for the board to direct staff to finalize the closeout documentation. We are working on the final Section 3 report, which is related to the labor compliance that was a part of the food bank parking lot project. We had a wonderful contractor, but we have some final tallies, and once that's completed, then we will be ready to submit those final closeout documents. We also have Joe Boers from ACCA here, and he wanted to talk a little bit about the work that they provided on this project with you.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, Mr. Boers.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you, Lori. Actually, Lori stated a few numbers that I was going to state, so that took a little bit of the wind out of my sails. But I wanted to talk to the board about how important it is that ATCA and the food bank receive CDBG money. It's an integral part of what keeps the food bank running. It costs about $500,000 a year to keep the food bank running. However, serving over 1.2 million pounds of food this last year to 14 different partner pantries. We reach thousands of people in this county, and the CDBG funding is integral to that. It also is supportive of housing, and it was a really important time during the COVID period that that funding was available to support folks who were ill but needed a place to stay that we housed in hotels, as well as was mentioned, another 113 individuals that we supported through assistance, housing assistance. That said, and as wonderful as it was to get that funding, we're hoping that that continues. We know that there's some issues with 2024 CDBG funding that is being held up, I'll say, due to a lack of completion of audits from 2021, 2022. So I urge the Board of Supervisors to urge the county's auditing branch to complete the audit so that we can free up some of the CDBG money for 2024 and keep the food bank running. Thank you. unless there's any questions.
Nope, I'm not seeing any. Thank you. Right. Do we have any more from staff before we move forward?
No, I think that we just need to take our public comments, and I can answer any questions that you might have in regards to this funding or other funding sources.
Okay. So first of all, I'll look to the board first if they have any questions. Just as a reminder, we're looking at the closeout requirements for this one grant.
Correct.
Behind that, so we don't want to stray from
Correct.
that. So, any questions from board members? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I'll look for public comment on this item. Is there any public comment? Okay, not seeing any. I'll bring it back to the board. I'll close the public hearing, and if there's any other comments, if not, I'll look for a motion.
Chair, I'll move to approve staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay, a motion by Supervisor Campbell, seconded by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, motion carries. Thank you for the work on this. The clerk could please read our 1:30 p.m. 2 appointment.
1:30 p.m., item number 2, public hearing, consideration of adopting resolution 116-24, a resolution of necessity for the acquisition by eminent domain of a permanent easement over certain rail property located adjacent to Evergreen Road and the unincorporated area of the county of Tuolumne, more particularly described as a portion of assessor parcel number 068-210-021 and 068-210-022 for the construction of the Evergreen Road Reconstruction Project in the County of Tuolumne, California. 4/5 vote required.
Okay, so first of all, I'll open the public hearing again. Before we start with the presentation, I would just like to ask, so I know in our audience, do we have representatives of Mr. Erickson for today's public hearing? Okay, very good. I just wanted to see who is here, and so we'll do presentation. You'll be afforded an opportunity to speak. Okay, so please go ahead with the presentation.
Good afternoon, Board. Blossom Scott Heim, your Public Works Director, and with me is Cody Nesper, Deputy County Counsel. This afternoon, we will be discussing the Evergreen Road Reconstruction Project. We'll give you an overview of the existing conditions, an overview of the project. We'll talk about our steps to date and the resolution of necessity. As the map on the right shows, Evergreen Road runs northerly between State Route 120 and Mather Road, providing access to the Yosemite National Park Hetch Hetchy entrance, Camp Mather, Evergreen Lodge, and the Stanislaus National Forest. Evergreen Road is a local road. It's approximately 7.4 miles long. The roadway is generally 18 to 20 feet wide and is paved throughout. The PCI in 2014, the year of the grant application, ranged from a 9 to a 52 with an average of 30. The current PCI ranges between a 6 and a 22, with one segment down by 120 as a 61. We spend a disproportionate percentage of our maintenance budget on Evergreen Road. In fiscal year 13-14, we spent 5.4% of the maintenance budget on just 1.2% of the road network. In fiscal years 15 through 24, the county spent $500,000 on routine maintenance on Evergreen Road and $365,000 on storm repairs from the 2017 storms. This fiscal year 25, we have already spent $45,000 on routine maintenance. The Federal Lands Access Program provides funds for projects providing access to federal lands. The program's goal is to improve transportation facilities associated with federal lands, favoring locations with high recreation use and projects that result in a sizable economic benefit. Evergreen Road is located almost exclusively within the Stanislaus National Forest and provides access to Hetch Hetchy Yosemite National Park entrance with an annual visitorship of approximately 50,000 people. The United States Forest Service operates one campground, 3 day use areas, and a trailhead along Evergreen Road. The county applied for the FLAP grant in 2013 and again in 2015. The project was shortlisted in 2013 and was accepted into the program in 2015. The grant pays 100% of the project costs. There's no local match, but the county does provide CEQA and right-of-way clearances out of pocket. When we applied for the project grant, the project received support letters from the board, the United States Forest Service, National Park Service, San Francisco Recreation and Parks, and Evergreen Lodge. The FLAP program is unique in that the county applies for the grant, but if awarded, the Federal Highway Administration Central Federal Lands Division designs and constructs the project. The general scope of roadway improvements will provide roadway reconstruction and rehabilitation along the entire 7.4 miles of road. The entire route will be pulverized and aggregate base will be added to widen sections, including some grading for super elevation corrections. Other improvements include replacement of a major drainage structure, replacement of 46 culverts, roadway drainage improvements, signing and striping. Specifically on the Erickson parcel, we require an 80-foot easement to construct and maintain the roadway, the roadside ditches, the cut and fill slopes, and the culverts. 15 culverts on the Erickson parcel. This minimum necessary easement width was determined by Federal Highways Administration. The construction estimate in 2020 was $15,100,000. Construction was originally programmed for 2020, but in March of 2020, we learned that construction was delayed due to funding restraints at the federal level. Your board sent a letter to state and federal legislators urging them to reverse the decision, but construction was delayed to 2025. Recently, we were informed that construction was likely to push again. There was a chance that the project could still construct in 2025, but without right-of-way completed, FHWA has pushed the project to 2027. The project does include many safety features along Evergreen Road. The speed limit will be reduced to 30 miles per hour between State Route 120 and Evergreen Lodge, and reduced to 25 miles per hour with pedestrian crossing areas between Evergreen Lodge and Mather Road. Pedestrian signage will be added. The project will replace or construct 945 feet of guardrail. Curve corrections with super elevation corrections and minor widening will occur at spot locations. The project will replace culverts and improve roadside drainage, including replacing a major drainage structure at Stone Creek, which is on the Erickson parcel. We have been talking with the Ericksons since 2015, and we've had multiple meetings and site visits with county and FHWA representatives. We made fair market value offers in 2020 and again in 2024. Fair market value is based on an independent appraisal. We are proposing to add additional safety measures along the Erickson property, including radar feedback signs near the cabin and barn, pedestrian signage and transverse rumble strips near the cabin and barn, enhanced edgeline striping as a speed control measure, and additional curve advisory signs in 4 locations. The acquisition is proposed to be a road easement, which will allow the Ericksons to continue grazing within the easement. The easement follows the existing roadway. We were able to work with the Erickson and FHWA to reduce the easement width to 40 feet at the cabin barn. That's the area where most of the activity is concentrated on the property.
Thank you. I just wanted to give your board, good afternoon, board, a high-level description of what a resolution of necessity is and some of the legal standards regarding resolutions of necessity. So this is a legal prerequisite for the county to begin eminent domain action to acquire property for a public purpose. That's established by the Civil Code. There are required findings the board would need to make to adopt a resolution regarding public interest and necessity requiring the proposed project being planned or located in the manner that will be most compatible with the greatest public good and least private injury, and that the property described in the resolution is necessary for the proposed project. All of those findings need to be supported by substantial evidence, which we are providing your board at this public hearing. This also gives the property owner notice and an opportunity to be heard. And while we are required to have provided a fair market offer to purchase the property interests, valuation is not a consideration at this stage. I also did want to emphasize that the resolution of necessity does not preclude continued negotiations or a voluntary sale, and we would hope that we can, even if the board does adopt this resolution, we can continue to talk to the property owners and come to a voluntary agreement. And now Blossom will talk about with some more specificity, the evidence that we are asking your board to consider.
As Cody said, the findings that we need to make, A, the public interest and necessity require the proposed project. Evergreen Road is in very poor condition and requires reconstruction. The new roadway will improve the driving surface and shoulders, correct curves, and provide safety signage. B, the proposed project is planned or located in the manner that will be most compatible with the greatest public good and the least private injury. The new roadway will generally stay on the existing alignment to minimize environmental and right-of-way impacts. The county is seeking the minimum necessary property interest to complete the project. C, the property described in the resolution is necessary for the proposed project. The property interest proposed to be acquired will provide land necessary for the reconstruction of the roadway. And finally, D, the offer of just compensation has been made to the owner of record. An appraisal was prepared in early 2020 to establish fair market value of the property interests, and an offer of just compensation was made in April of 2020 to the property owner to purchase the properties established by the approved appraisal and required by Government Code 7267.2. An updated appraisal was performed in May of 2024, and an updated offer letter was sent on June 20th of 2024. The action required by your board today is to adopt the attached resolution of necessity for the acquisition by eminent domain of a permanent easement over certain real property located adjacent to Evergreen Road in the unincorporated area of the County of Tuolumne, more particularly described as a portion of assessor parcel number 068210021 and 068210022 for the construction of the Evergreen Road reconstruction project in the County of Tuolumne, California, based on the following findings. The public interest and necessity require the proposed project. The proposed project is planned or located in the manner that will be most compatible with the greatest public good and the least private injury. The property described in the resolution is necessary for the proposed project, and the offer of just compensation has been made to the owner of record. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to look to the board for questions first of all, and then I'll invite the Erickson representatives to speak after that. If there's additional questions from the board, we'll take them at that time, and then I'll look to for public comment. So first of all, to the board, please.
Quick question. You said something about 80 feet and then working it down to 40 feet. Are you talking about, it looks like the width of the road was 20. They wanted 80. You guys got down to 40. Is that correct? Near the cabin?
Yes, near the cabin, which you'll see in this photo. You can see the barn there on the left side of the road.
Okay.
So between the cabin and the barn, for about 100-foot frontage, we were able to reduce the right-of-way down to 40 feet.
So 20, from the center of the road, 20 feet left, 20 feet right?
Correct.
So basically about 10 feet in. So I assume it would take out that, probably just go up to that fence. Is that correct?
Yeah, it may go a little further than the fence. Any improvements that we remove for construction would be replaced in kind. There may be some minor tree removal along the property as well.
Okay, but that's the sore spot. Is that spot right there? Is that 10 feet going in?
That's the area that we were able to work on a reduction with the 15 culverts across the property and some curve corrections at the north end. It would have been difficult to reduce the entire right-of-way additionally along the entire project.
All right, thank you.
Supervisor Half, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. And I need to state that I have spoken to Mr. Erickson Sr., maybe as many as 5 times on the phone about this project over the past several years. And the first question I know the answer to, but I want to bring it to light. Since this is on U.S. Forest Service land, why isn't the U.S. Forest Service paying for this?
This is a private parcel that's located within the Stanislaus National Forest. The U.S. Forest Service did dedicate right-of-way along the road in their portions, in the public portions.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
I can speak briefly to, there's a cooperative agreement that the county and the Forest Service entered into years ago that calls for cooperative maintenance responsibilities. And then this FLAP grant agreement kind of updates and clarifies some of those obligations specific to this project.
Right. Okay, thank you. And then your slide back there, at one of the beginning slides, talks about the project being $15 million plus to complete this reconstruction, and that was an estimate from 2020. What happens? It's 24, and everything has gone up incredibly. So, what happens with that?
When we put this out to bid, FHWA Central Federal Lands will prepare an updated estimate, and the grant will cover 100% of the cost.
Great. Okay. Those are my only questions right now. Thank you.
Any additional board questions? I've got a couple, and kind of tagging along to Supervisor Half's comment. So the Ericksons own the cabin, but they do or do not own the actual land. Is that, I mean, similar to other areas where the Forest Service does a permit thing for the land, or I'm trying to understand that.
This is a private parcel owned by the Ericksons.
The whole thing?
Yes.
Okay, all right. It's just surrounded by the Stanislaus National Forest?
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to make sure of that. And again, just to confirm what you stated in your presentation, that today we are not doing a determination of eminent domain. We're evaluating, maybe you can just, I want to make sure I'm clear exactly what our...
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor. This is the first step to begin the eminent domain action. So what this resolution would do is it directs County Counsel's office to file a condemnation action. Also directs County Counsel to file for an order for possession that would allow the project to proceed while that court proceeding is ongoing. So this is not a final decision that the county is going to be taking the property by eminent domain. It authorizes us to kind of begin that process, and we can continue voluntary negotiations in the meantime.
Okay, well, and that's good, right? You know, it gives an opportunity for the board, to weigh in, and for the Ericksons and their representative to discuss their concerns. So, all right. That's all the questions I have at this point, so I would invite representatives from Ericksons to please come up and present. And so just so you understand before you start, we're going to set a timer for 15 minutes for you to present.
I was just clarifying that because the notice that was sent out by Blossom said 30 minutes that the landowner had. I'm not going to take longer than 15 minutes.
Okay.
But
well,
one of my client representatives is here too and certainly relied on the notice, which is the legal prerequisite that this board has to hold a hearing. I doubt that we're going to run into any big time constraints. I appreciate the opportunity to address the board today. My name is Joe Fagundes. I'm an attorney out of Stockton. I've worked all over Northern and Central California. I've been doing eminent domain since 1989. I represent many agencies, including I've done work up here in Tuolumne County because I represent Turlock Irrigation District. I've handled eminent domain matters for Merced Irrigation District, Modesto Irrigation District, PG&E, several other agencies, as well as representing owners in many roadway cases involving Caltrans, different counties and cities. So I very much understand how this process works. The resolution of necessity is the prerequisite to actually filing an eminent domain action in court. I don't want the board to be mistaken about that. If you find this resolution of necessity today, that directs a legal action can take place. Eminent domain in the common law was the king's right to take property. As the law evolved here in our democracy in the United States, there's constitutional provisions and statutory provisions in California that govern that. It's not federal law. That's why the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors is deciding this case, because it's private property owned in Tuolumne County. So it's governed by the California Constitution and the Code of Civil Procedure. It may be a federal project in terms of this grant, and as I understood it from Blossom's presentation, the grant doesn't cover the eminent domain portion or the right-of-way portion. That's the county's decision. And on these 4 requisite findings that the board has to make, I've filed a letter with the clerk. I don't know if the board's had a chance to look at that, and have a couple of very pointed comments to make about it today. And I had a long, very cordial phone conversation with Blossom and Mr. Nesper last week, letting them know exactly what our position was on this. And one of the things I didn't see in any of the slides that Blossom put up, we talked about the right-of-way, but the actual pavement, and I'll have her correct me, I believe the paved roadway is going to be, in the new condition, 20 to 22 feet?
20 feet with 1-foot shoulders, so 22 feet total.
So out of the 80-foot easement, we've got a 20-foot paved road, which already exists. It needs to be repaved. There's no doubt about that. We have no objection to that. The part that we have a problem with is, so when we look at these requirements, the public interest and necessity require the proposed project. Resurfacing the road, doing that project. That's an already existing roadway. There's already a legal right to use it, whether it's in writing or not. The problem that we have is with B and C. The proposed project is planned or located in the manner that will be most compatible with the greatest public good. It's great to repave this roadway, and least private injury. 80-foot right-of-way, which is definitely a blot on the title of this private property, is not required. And I explained this. The feds would like you folks to get an 80-foot right-of-way for a 20-foot paved road with 2 1-foot shoulders on each side. My math's pretty good. That's 22 feet. So what's the additional 58 feet for? Well, they need room to do construction. That's called staging. And I've been involved in dozens, if not hundreds, of roadway eminent domain cases where there's a right-of-way taken for the actual roadway, and then there's what's called temporary construction easements for staging areas to do that work, which are temporary in the sense that they last as long as is needed for the project, and then they're gone, and the property reverts 100% back to the owner. So here the issue isn't that the owner can't eventually still use the property on the sides, but the owner doesn't own it free and clear anymore. We have an easement, a right-of-way that's 80 feet instead of 22 feet. It's the very reason they can go to 40 feet. I think they, and we're making the pitch, they should be going a lot less than 40 feet where the structures are, because it's not needed. Once this roadway is repaved and done, that right-of-way isn't needed, but it's still a blot on the title of the Erickson family. What should happen in this project is that it should be constructed with some planning for the temporary construction easements, which would be valued separately from the permanent easement, with a specific timeline as to when they're needed. And then once that construction was done and that temporary construction easement wasn't required anymore, it would revert 100% back to the owner. So that's, under B, it's my contention that with the evidence presented to this board, there's no way that this evidence meets the requirement of B, which is the least private injury. There could be much less private injury, and an 80-foot right-of-way is private injury. It can be compensated, which is not part of what we're going to talk about today, but it's unnecessary. Under C, then it leads right into that. The property described in the resolution is necessary for the proposed project. 80 feet is not necessary. Along the entire miles of frontage on each side of the Erickson properties.
So, Mr. Fagundes, if we could stop the timer for a moment here, because I want to reach back out to staff, because during the presentation, I heard that the 80-foot was being reduced to 40-foot for X distance, and I'm just trying to understand, you know, the argument that you're presenting. So if you could please repeat that before we continue.
The easement will generally be 80 feet throughout the property, except for 100 feet of frontage between the barn and the cabin, where the majority of the activity takes place, where we've worked with FHWA to reduce it to 40 feet.
So just that one section?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Please continue.
Thank you. And again, our contention is 40 feet's not needed, even at that stage. Really, you're talking about a right-of-way easement on a permanent basis that is best described as 22 feet. If you wanted to give a foot on either side, you're up to 24 feet. The rest of the work, the rest of the property that's needed during the project, again, can be a temporary construction easement. And that temporary construction easement isn't going to be along the entire length of both sides of the road. It's going to be where they stage equipment and materials to take onto the roadway to do the work. Just like you see being done along state highways in California by Caltrans. There's staging areas, you'll see where all the equipment is parked, where they might have materials, and that's commonly done. So under both B and C, this does not result in the least private injury, and all of the property that's being asked for in the plans, this 80 feet of right-of-way, is absolutely not necessary for this proposed project on a permanent basis. So based on those circumstances, we do not believe that the evidence does support this board finding the resolution of necessity as it's presently presented, that it should be reworked. And it doesn't matter that and I fully understand from staff's point of view, the feds say, well, we want 80 feet of right of way. We're not paying for it, and we're not going to go get it. You're going to go get it, but that's what we want. Versus saying we need 22 feet of right of way, and then somebody needs to do a little bit of work with their thinking cap on about where you need the temporary construction easements to stage the work. And I would ask this board to direct staff to go back and do that. Otherwise, we don't have an issue with the actual project of repaving the road. It's the very things that this board needs to decide today, which is how much property, private property from the Ericksons, is needed to be taken to accomplish that. I know Mr. Erickson wants to make some comments, but while I'm up here, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Okay, looking to board members. Supervisor Brandon, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Appreciate the presentation. So this has been in negotiations for a long time. I wanted to ask how long you've been a part of that process?
I've got involved because of the legal action that was going to be taken. So I have not been involved in any negotiations. I've only been involved in this legal process
more recently,
the last month or so.
Okay, that's what I wanted to ask. Is over that period of time, at least what I'm reading, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that there wasn't agreement able to be found on some of that, and you know it was assessed in 2020, it was reassessed in 2024. What I wanted to ask was if this alternative has been presented just now, or is this an alternative that's been presented in the past?
Mr. Erickson all along has said, I don't want to give up 80 feet of right-of-way. And of course, from the county's point of view, it's been known all along that the pavement was only going to be 20 feet with a foot on either side. The issue that Mr. Erickson needed help on was understanding how to respond to this issue where it's just, well, the feds say we need to do that, so we're going to do it. I would add to that there isn't a time constraint to do this right now because the funding had been held up and came back, and from what we saw on the critical path, there's construction still not planned for a couple of years. So there is certainly time to go back and say to the feds, look, let's figure out where we want to stage these temporary construction easements so we're not out there taking 80 feet of frontage along, I think it's in excess of 7 miles of private property and burdening that on these folks when there's really just not a good reason to do that. I mean, the temporary construction easements would suffice.
Specifically with the temporary construction easements, I wanted to ask if that is something that, and this is probably your knowledge of what happened before you've been hired on, has that been something proposed in the past on this to the county? Is this kind of a new idea that hasn't been discussed as an alternative anytime before? Or was it presented to county staff in the past and a reason given why this could not happen?
I don't believe it was. I think Mr. Erickson was saying you don't need 80 feet. Why are you asking for so much? And the answer kept coming back, the feds are requiring us to do 80 feet. He didn't have that base of knowledge to say, well, can you just do portions as a temporary construction easement? Because what he was being told is we need 80 feet of right-of-way. Mm-hmm. The very same discussion that we had earlier with Mr. Kirk is how much of that is roadway. And again, it's only 20 feet of paved roadway.
Mm-hmm. And are we able to, it's a technical question, so it's mentioned we need this easement in terms of construction is part of your point there.
Right.
Does it say that specifically, that is the purpose for that easement? It says that the grant needs 80. Does it lay out why it needs to be 80? Is it saying it needs 80 for safety or active transportation, or, I know that you're saying it's only needed temporarily for construction. I wanted to confirm if that's written down.
I don't.
The resolution of necessity specifies the project, and the project is the construction. The construction project, though, has associated plans and specifications that were developed by the feds. We have, in the discussions with the Ericksons, pushed back against the feds and asked them to go and re-review the plans, make sure that is the width that is actually required for the project, and that's what resulted in the reduction surrounding the cabin. I hope that answers your question.
Can I add to that? While it isn't specifically stated, the 80 feet doesn't just include the road. It includes the roadside ditches, the roadside cut and fill slopes, and the culverts, which we require permanent access to for maintenance reasons. So while we do use temporary construction easements on quite a few of our projects, most of them, we didn't feel it was appropriate in this manner because that 80 feet will allow for us operationally to continue to maintain the roadway after it's built.
Okay, so
it's not just 22 feet.
There are things beyond the initial construction of why an 80-foot easement would be needed, particularly I think the number was 12 culverts and whatever things are on the roadside there.
Yeah, there's 15 culverts, and I don't recall the exact length along the property. It's about a mile plus, I think, of the 7.5 mile project.
Well, that was my question. If you had more you wanted to add, I appreciate being able to ask a technical question to staff in between.
Based on that exchange, I would add two things. One, I'm not contending that an 80-foot temporary construction easement is needed along the entire length. You would only need temporary construction easements in certain portions. And I also would like to put Blossom to the test of taking into account slopes and whatnot. How much width do you actually need?
Looking at the cut and fill lines and the constructability plans, you're at 60 minimum throughout most of the property for your cut and fill slopes, and your 15 culverts along that 1+ mile corridor jut out to a full 80 feet once you have all of the outfall and end treatments.
Well, my contention would be no one's ever looked at doing it less than 80 feet because of this position that the feds have taken. And it was pretty clear in my discussions with your staff last week that an 80-foot right-of-way is not needed along this entire portion. And again, with the timing that you have on this matter, that you're not even going to break ground at best for a couple of years, I don't see any reason that the board needs to find this resolution necessity today based on an 80-foot right-of-way without looking into these other issues.
Okay, Supervisor Campbell, I believe you had a question.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you very much for your comments and for being here to share your perspective on this. Can I ask, so you've said that 80-foot right-of-way is a blot on the title of this property a couple of times. Can you please explain that? Why would an 80-foot right-of-way be a blot on the title?
It's an easement. It's something that burdens title. If you have any easement across your property, so along with that easement comes the rights of an easement holder to do different things.
What I'm getting at is would this decrease the value of the property? Is that what you're saying by that?
We're not supposed to discuss values today, but well, any blot on title, easements and I'll just talk generally, certainly reduce the value of a property.
Okay, well, because are we talking about the value of the property or peaceful enjoyment or some other element that, but it sounds
Both.
like that. Okay.
I mean, obviously, the further out it gets, then that means the easement holder has a right to go out to the nth degree of that. So it would affect peaceful enjoyment, and it would affect the property value.
Thank you.
Quick question, because you said across the property. I could understand if it went across the property, but it's not going across the property. It's
Along
extending.
the frontage on each side of the road.
Right, so just want to be clear. So we're not talking about cutting through property.
No, we're talking about the entire frontage of the property.
Okay.
On both sides, because they own property on both sides of the road.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify the across part. And then Blossom, dumb question, but is it a local road, collector road, arterial road? What kind of?
Evergreen is a local road. In our general plan, the minimum right-of-way width for a local road, if we're like requiring dedication on any project, is 50 feet.
50 feet from center? Or 50
Total,
feet
50 feet
easement?
total is the minimum that we require under the general plan for a local road.
And they are requiring 40. Huh?
80.
No, but then
50
it was
total.
40 by the barn.
Under the general plan, it's 50 total, 25 from center line.
Our general plan is 50, but
This project would be 80.
80 except by the barn, that 100
Correct.
feet would be 40.
40, which is the minimum under Streets and Highways Code.
Did you have additional, Supervisor Kirk?
No, I'm
Because
sorry. No, I'm good.
Supervisor Haff, go ahead, please.
Yeah, this is probably going to be an exchange between Blossom and you, sir, and myself, of course. So I've been involved with this since before Blossom became the head of her department when Kim was here. So I know that staff has gone to the federal government more than one time, probably more than 2 or 3 times, asking about this easement and can't we cut it down. Now I'm a little bit confused because I'm hearing 50 for this type, 50, from the center, for this type of local road. So could we get away with 50? Has that been, I know we're stuck. Federal government doesn't always make sense. Okay, they're stuck in their minds with what they have to have, and I don't know if this is the case or if we need to put it to them that this is what we need for our part of maintaining the road, and maybe it is 50 feet, I don't know. So can you expound upon that?
Sure, the 50 feet is a minimum under the general plan. If we had a 50-foot right-of-way with temporary construction easements to build out everything, we would not have legal access to maintain the cut and fill slopes and some of the culverts. So
And
those,
so there would be
the
no workaround
improvements,
for that.
the improvements would extend beyond the right-of-way.
And I'll just interject, that's where you stated you felt 60 feet was needed.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
So a lot of the actual construction will be in the range of 60 feet. Once you get your cut and fill slopes, you've got your road, your shoulders, your roadside ditches, your cut and fill slopes.
I'm looking for the total width needed for the county to maintain it.
With the 15 culverts, they all require 80 feet. Actually, one of them does require a little bit more. There's a jut out at Stone Creek that has never been contested. So we're looking at 60 feet minimum if you look at constructability, 80 feet to maintain the culverts, and there are areas that are in excess of 60 for the cut and fill slopes.
Okay, and sorry to interrupt, Supervisor
No,
Half.
that's fine. So the county has to maintain the culverts and where the runoff goes and all of that. That's just part of the deal. There's no changing that. Okay.
I just was wanting to attempt to clarify, if I could, that the general plan minimum width for local roads is 50 feet. This project is kind of a separate concern. This project is, we are saying that it's an 80-foot required easement based on the federal plans for the entire length of the project, with the exception of that one area near the Erickson's cabin where we managed to reduce it to 40 feet. So that's what we're saying is necessary for this project, based on the evidence that we have, the plans with the federal government, our discussions with the federal government. So I just want to make sure it was clear, because there are a lot of numbers are getting thrown out.
That's what I've heard, that the federal government is not budging except for by the cabin. And
that's correct.
And otherwise, we don't get this, however much it's going to cost, $15 million plus to get that road reconditioned. Okay, thank you.
So just to be clear, if we said as a board, use our general plan 50 feet, except for those culvert pipes in those areas where it needs 60 or 80, we carved out and said do it for that, we would lose, they wouldn't approve it? The feds?
They have stuck to 80 along the entire.
Okay, and
we've been talking to them since 2015.
15.
Our first meetings with the Ericksons
9 years.
with the feds were in 2015.
I was in my 30s 9 years ago. I just turned 40.
So was I.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
If I may conclude.
Yes,
after
please
that.
do.
This is not a federal project. It's a federally funded project. That's why this Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors is holding the resolution of necessity hearing and not a federal agency. It's going to be decided under state law in a state court. It's not going to be decided by any federal magistrate. And I doubt that anybody has gone to the feds and say, look, we can't get more than 50 feet, or is that going to scuttle everything? Knowing how the funding works and the fact, because I have been involved in many federally funded projects. Caltrans will do federally funded projects because the Federal Highway Commission likes that project even if it's not at the top of Caltrans' list. The money talks. And this roadway needs to be improved, the paved portion. But I would again suggest to the board that it should go back for that look, because there's no time constraint that requires legal action against my clients right now. That's going to be in state court under state law. With that, I'm going to let my client representative come up here and use some of his time.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I
appreciate your time and attention.
And before we start with your client, I do have a couple additional questions of staff here, because just trying to wrap my arms around this. We have a 1 mile section of road that is owned by Erickson that's affected here. Is that the total length or not?
Give or take, I don't know the exact
Okay,
length.
so roughly a mile length. And is the funding from the federal government, is there a timeline that we're up against, and if so, what is that timeline?
Right now, they would like to go to bid in fall of 2026 for construction in spring of 2027. They have told us that they believe funding will be available sooner if we can get right-of-way cleared. It's not a guarantee, but it's what they told me a couple months ago.
Okay, and I understand the need. How many culverts are on the section that where the Erickson property fronts
15 culverts.
15 culverts. That's
Along
quite a
that.
few in a 1 mile roughly
It is quite a
area,
few, yes.
right? So it, if it was a culvert or two, I could see, well, maybe we can do something creative if the federal government, agreed. But if we need to adequately maintain it with that many culverts in a fairly short distance, it becomes a factor, for. And just to be clear, because I heard you say local roads, this is part of our 610 miles of county maintained roads?
It is,
Okay.
yes. It's
All
a
right.
county
Just
maintained
wanted
road.
to-
And every year that we don't build this, we're spending in excess of $50,000 a year on this 7 miles of road to maintain it. It's our farthest out road in that district. We've got a travel time of, hour and a half to 2 hours just to get asphalt out there. It's a huge draw on our resources.
I don't think anybody's contesting that the road needs work, right? We heard it from, the attorney. We're recognizing it ourselves. Okay, let's have Mr. Erickson.
Thank you.
Come up, please. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi, thanks for having us. So I'll just quick history. One thing that wasn't mentioned was we do run cattle on the property. There's about 600 head in there from September 1 to the end of October across the road. But my family's run cattle there since the late 1800s. They ran cattle in Yosemite up to White Wolf, and we still do it the same way today. My dad was raised there. I was raised there. My kids, which are 16 and 18, were raised there. We're there in the spring and the fall, crossing the road where the cabin is. One of the main concerns was public safety, and I think it was Gladiol? Gadiel, yeah. So Gadiel met with us there, and I said, hey, well, the road needs work, right? The road's bad. You can probably drive 30 on it. You can maybe drive 40 in places, and we do it too. With the cattle on the road, the kids crossing the road, every morning us crossing the road in the fall and spring would be, 5:30 in the morning, in the afternoon. I said, how about some speed bumps? He said, you can't have speed bumps. Someone misses a sign, says speed bumps, hits a speed bump, crashes into the ditch and dies, and they sue the county. I said, that's the same guy that's going to hit a person, one of my kids, grandkids. So no speed bumps. Rumble strips, whatever. We all drive across rumble strips, doesn't slow me down. Probably none of you guys either. Cattle will probably get hit. I think it was, I don't know if Kim worked on the project on Merced Falls or Blossom. Who worked on the Merced Falls project? Both of us, yeah. They said, well, we did the Merced Falls project. I said, the first 6 months, we had 7 cars run through the fence and 3 people were metaflighted. Now, the speed limit, I don't even know what the speed limit is on Merced Falls. I drive it every day. Would it be 50? Yeah, maybe 55, which once the road was redone, I had a motorcycle guy go through the fence, wire wrapped around his leg. They flew him out, put a tourniquet on him, had a girl flew out, and another guy on a motorcycle. So, I mean, the road does need to be fixed. It won't be patrolled. They said they'll patrol it. They will not drive slower. I won't drive slower. I know the road. I think that's, we did ask for open range. That was one of the first, after that we asked for open range, said, you guys can vote to put it open range. I guess it was brought to you guys. Was open range brought to you guys? Oh, no, on this project.
Maybe for previous boards, I have not, this is the first I've heard of it.
Oh, okay.
Within
first
our,
you've heard open range on Evergreen Road?
within our term.
Okay, yes, sir, yeah. So we asked for open range because typically open range is if somebody hits a cow, they're liable for their car and their personal injury, and we lose the loss of the cow, whether it dies or we have to put the animal down or something, that's open range. And in California, it can be voted on by the Board of Supervisors. So that was a question of ours in going forward with this process, which I thought it was brought to you guys. Nobody seems to.
Well, does staff have any information on this? Because something may have come that I don't recall, but
There have been some general discussions about open range. That was a request from the Ericksons in exchange for this road easement that we request the board adopt an open range ordinance. It's really, so just at a high level, the open range laws, your board does have the authority to pass an ordinance to designate certain areas of the county as open range, which is basically the property owners with cattle are responsible currently to fence in their cattle. Whereas in an open range area, it's more of a fence out area. So if you want to keep cattle off of your property, it's your responsibility to build fences to keep cattle off of your property.
Okay, so
we do not currently have any open range areas in the county. Okay. Very few jurisdictions in California do. The last time it was brought formally to the board, I believe was in the 1940s, was unanimously not approved by the board at that time. I did, in response to the discussions with the Erickson, look into open range, the understanding about, how the extent to which it might reduce liability of a cattle owner, and it does not completely absolve a cattle owner of responsibility for any accidents involving their cattle. But really, my take is it's a kind of a separate issue from this eminent domain, public purpose and necessity of this road. I understand that the Ericksons would like to see that area designated as open range, but it's really not something that staff certainly could promise that the board would pass a resolution, or pass an ordinance to adopt an open range area. That ordinance would be subject to your board's discretion. It would have to go through environmental review. I expect in this area in particular there would be concerns from the federal government. This is a road that accesses Hetch Hetchy and Yosemite National Park, a number of, Camp Mather and Evergreen Lodge. It's a heavily traveled road.
So the question being here, has an official request for open range for this section of roadway by the Ericksons been presented to our board for discussion? That's what I'm hearing, that there was thought that it had, but I don't recall it, so I'm asking.
It has been part of the conversations with the department, and the department has not had any reason to recommend the board.
Okay, I can understand conversations, but it hasn't come to. Okay.
So no, it has not formally come before your board.
All right. How many head of cattle are you running?
How many do we run?
How many? Yeah.
1,800 cows.
1,800 cows.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Not right there. But there'll be 600 head right there. Yes, sir. On the whatever she said, 1 mile.
Okay.
Stretch. There'll be some. They said there've been no wrecks, but there've been a lot of near misses on that road. We haven't had any cattle hit on that road. We've had cattle hit on 120. Of course, you can drive 65. Mather Road is a better road. It's probably a little bit wider. There have been accidents, and there was a person killed a couple years ago. The road gets better. The road does need to be repaved, but the road gets wider, and if they got 80 feet, well, then later they could put pullouts there, or they can make it wider. There'll be accidents. It's a big concern to us, and the open range I thought was supposed to be asked to you guys at the beginning about this, because it's the Board of Supervisors that votes on it in part of this, because this is one of the reasons we say no.
Okay. Supervisor Brandon, you had a question?
Yeah, thank you. So in the staff presentation, I mentioned that grazing would be allowed within the public easement there. What you're mentioning with open range, though it's, council saying it's going to be kind of a separate thing. brings up just related to fencing. So if there's already not any fencing, is it effectively already kind of in that category? Would there be fencing along that road so you can be able to run them in a specific spot, but overall it's going to have some type of protection there, a barbed wire fence or anything in the plans?
You asking me?
I don't know.
No, sir.
Whoever's got the answers, I guess.
No fence. No, it's a fenced-in parcel, and we gather the cattle into there off the Forest Service. And no, they walk across the road. People go by. They stop, take pictures. Some people honk. Some people get out and take pictures. Some people are mad.
As long as with open range, if it's putting the burden on adjacent kind of property there to have to fence off, would that then be the county having to? But I wasn't sure if it was related to the fencing on this as like a new thing or something that we already have.
No, sir. If you did open range in the whole county, that means everybody that we run cattle around on the forest, if they didn't want our cows on their place, they would have to build a fence around their parcel so our cattle didn't get into them. We put up miles of fence around people's places to keep our cattle out. We don't want that. That would create havoc everywhere. We want it in that area where the road's getting widened, where the road's getting better, where people are going to drive faster, where there's going to be some injury and liability.
I'm hearing a lot of differences. Is the main concern the speed? I'm trying to get down to the crux of what's really the main concern for you as a property owner.
Yeah, the speed and the injury, yes, sir.
Yep. That's fine. I just want.
Yes, sir. That was the main concern. And then, they need the 80 feet. They don't need the 80 feet. You can't take it away from us. I mean, you can.
But the concern is mainly the speed.
It'll be more than a concern. It'll be. Yes.
I mean, the width of the road isn't going to change the speed issue on its own. So.
The improvement will.
Yes, it will.
Right. No, I understand, but I'm saying just the width itself. Supervisor Half, go ahead.
Yeah, so I had a suggestion a while back on this, and I think I might have been talking to your dad about it, and I don't remember the answer. What about cattle grates before the cabin and after? So people have to slow down. I mean, people generally slow down where there's cattle grates on the road. And we could work out who pays for that, or if it's done after the fact, or, after we get the road paved. But what about that?
Well, so there is cattle guards up there. They're on both sides of the property, right?
But I'm talking about this specific area that you're most worried about.
When the roads are good, you can drive across the cattle guard as fast as, I drive across the one over there by Ackerson Creek, 35, whatever, my truck and trailer. You don't even feel it. The good ones where the road's good, they're easy. It won't slow people down. And then you got one more thing for an animal to stick his leg in.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. And I also wanted to make mention that Tim Erickson did talk to me about this open range, and I brought it to the attention of County Council. I know it's a protracted, it would be separate from this, what we're doing today, but it's a protracted process. Say that 3 times fast. It may be something, if the Ericksons are in fact interested in letting go of the easement issue in favor of the open range, we should at least have some more conversations about it.
So it's my understanding that even the declaration of open range would not absolve the cattle owner of the liability, which was the reason for the open range.
But that's on them, if they
And
still
that's-
want
so
to go
that
with
is why
that.
it was not brought to your
Right.
board, because it didn't solve the problem that it was set up to solve.
Well, that would be up to them to decide, not us, right?
It's also just a completely separate issue in my mind. We're here to talk about whether this project is necessary, whether the easement is necessary for the project, whether or not the board decides to adopt an ordinance designating the area open range or not.
Right, that's
it's not
different.
something we can guarantee would happen. We're required to offer, fair compensation for the property interests involved, but to require the board to pass an ordinance or to consider an ordinance, it just is a separate issue in my mind.
I wasn't suggesting, and I was trying to bring to the attention of the board that it is a long process to get all the different agencies on board if the board chose to go that route. But they need to know that it has been discussed. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought it thought it was brought up. Okay, no problem. I didn't mean to bring something up different either, so.
No, that's okay. Apparently there was staff discussions, but it didn't come to us as a board for. Supervisor Brandon, you have an additional?
Yeah, and I just had one, and thank you for that question too, because I think, I mean, what we have right here is, you know, soon we're gonna end up voting on whether we think A through D are basically accurate. There are other issues, and trying to identify kind of the priority, even if it's not decided with this, because we're somewhat limited, it's helpful. I wanted to clarify one of the comments earlier. So you mentioned, you know, speed being an issue and the safety being an issue. Someone's talked about with speed bumps. Relevant conversation right now because there's a lot of school stuff being looked at and there. And I think that the challenge is saying, well, we can't put the speed bumps without a sign that says, well, these are kind of coming up ahead, which seems somewhat doable. So I only wanted to ask, I know there's the rumble strips. I've, in other things, had the same comment that a sign or rumble strip, you can ignore it. Can't really ignore a speed bump in most cars the same way. Is it forbidden to do something like that, to have some type of traffic calming measure that is some type of speed bump table, whatever it would be, additionally on this road in the future? Is that something that is forbidden by this grant or project?
The speed bump issue has been discussed extensively.
Yeah.
The road commissioner before me said no to it. I generally don't support putting speed bumps on a through road like this. They certainly interfere with snow plowing. So what we proposed instead are radar feedback signs and transverse rumble strips, or rumble strips that are crossing the lane. So they, you know, it's not something you can avoid. It's an audible reminder to slow down, along with enhanced signage and striping. So those were kind of what we proposed back in lieu of speed bumps.
Just to answer your question, speed bumps aren't part of this current project or plans, but this resolution certainly wouldn't preclude some sort of future addition of speed bumps if that were approved.
And if we take action on this, negotiations are able to continue, and this is basically just us, as I think mentioned too, taking a step in that direction. But only to look at this, at least what I see is it's a road that desperately needs this. There seems to be some very reasonable justification. And it's $15 million that would be an improvement to it. And I think what you brought up on the safety and the sign, those types of things is salient. So if there's any way to figure those things out, I think that's great. And I really think we should to do so. Is my only comments on it before we go to this part. Personally, I do think it goes A, B, C, and D. All of those seem to be valid. I have trouble seeing with the injury that, you know, it's a significant road improvement. It's a safety improvement over what exists right now, especially for motorists. And there's a lot of cost to maintaining it. So it seems like there is an exchange. There's also a fair market value. So it's not I don't see it as an injury. And it seems like the justification of why that would need to, it's not arbitrary as just the grant says 80 feet, so we're doing 80 feet, but there's some very valid reasons on maintenance of some of that equipment. So at least for that, I see it looks like A through D are met.
Okay. Any other questions from the board of Mr. Erickson? Did you have additional information you wanted to present?
If they end up doing is the county liable for changes, something like that? If it changes, if you change the roads and there's accidents, say they hit cows, is the county liable for any of that? Do the changes?
I'll look to county council to answer that question.
I'm really not here to discuss county liability, but I will say the county is liable if there are known hazards on the road that we're not repairing, and that's something that the county certainly needs to keep in mind. We need to make sure that the roads are safe for motorists. If your board approves plans and specifications, although I wouldn't know how that would work with this project, so I think that's as far as I'll go with that description.
Okay. Any additional?
No, sir. So that means we don't know. Like if people hit cattle, if we get sued, if we pass it on to the county, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, that's not part of the topic of what we're looking to, answer today as far as, moving forward or not. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to reach out for public comment. Is there any public comment on this item? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. This is certainly not my area of expertise, but I hear a lot of bickering. And it seems like it's gone on for getting close to 10 years. And if the cost to the taxpayer for maintenance on this road that's in very poor condition has been $50,000 a year plus staff time, travel time, whatever, then we're paying over $1 million for a road in very poor shape. So that doesn't make much sense to me, and the bickering thing doesn't really sway me. But what several people in the audience are concerned about is Mr. Nesper, as the county council has been referred to as Mr. Nesper. Blossom Scott Heim is a department head, and she has always been referred to as Blossom. So some of us find that rather demeaning, and that offends me. Thank you.
Any additional public comment? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to the board. Unless there's, we've had a lot of questions here. We've explored this quite a bit. And unless you foresee any other interaction, I was going to close the public hearing. So I'll do that, close the public hearing. But now the board can still have your comments. So please, if somebody...
I don't have any other comments, Chair, but if it pleases the rest of the board, I'm ready to make a motion. If there's no other comments.
Any additional? Supervisor Kirk?
I have comments. For me, eminent domain for me is like a last resort thing, being a property owner, and I take it very seriously, as I know the rest of the board does. I think I've dealt with the U.S. Forest Service before, and I think it's one thing for a department head and an attorney to have conversation with U.S. Forest Service. It's another thing for the Board of Supervisors to push back and publicly say a few things. I would have no problem going back to the Forest Service saying it makes sense to extend the easement 60 to 80 feet in those drainage areas and where the work needs to be done. And then in the rest of the area, apply our policy, which is general plan 50 feet. I would rather do that. The open range thing, I hear I'm forgetting the title that we're supposed to address you by. But anyways, I hear your concerns on the open range thing, but you are there now and you do use cattle now, and so I'm having a little hard time connecting the dots to that now versus later. My understanding of the open range thing is we could do it. You would be held potentially liable if it was negligence on your end, but that would have to be another conversation. But in the Natural Resources Committee, we did look at that about 5 years ago, and it really was a can of worms. So just know that it's been looked at. I don't really want to go down that road specifically for one landowner, and the tone in the room at that time was nobody was for it. So I would rather just jump straight to the point. I don't think there would be very hard to get support for an ordinance like that, I think, moving forward. So where I'm at is I'd rather push back to U.S. Forest Service, apply 50 feet, our general plan, and carve out with the drainage areas 60 to 80 feet and see what the U.S. Forest Service says. Or who is it? Federal lands. Yeah, and don't forget, this is a very popular road. You got Hitchhichi, you got San Francisco employees, so I don't think anybody wants to drag it on any longer, and I don't think we're going to lose any funding. I would hope not, but that's where I would stand. If there's not support, that's fine. I understand that a member of the public brought up a good point, $50,000 a year. We are dumping money into a road that we have an opportunity to fix with $15 million. So, but I'd rather push back to the U.S. Forest or to that agency pretty quick and try and get an answer here in the next couple months and go from there.
So if I could, I'll just respond to that. I really think that the county, for our part, has been more than accommodating to the property owner in trying to find a resolution. I share your frustration with the feds that they are very intractable with some of their rules. But if you look at the findings that we're here to find, it's the least private injury. It's not no private injury. It doesn't claim that there won't be any kind of impacts, but it's the least. And so when I look at this, okay, are there other options that we could look at that would provide less injury than what this is? And I really don't see that there is. So if we were to take more time and we were to go back to the feds and they did come back with the same answer, and then we'd be right back here in the same position with the same hearing and the same level of injury to the property owner. So I think I feel comfortable that we are at that point where we have done our due diligence and more so to determine that the public good, which I think we all agree that there is definite public good to making improvements to this road. It's that whole neighborhood, including the property owner, would benefit from that road being improved. That has reached a high enough threshold where it justifies the injury that we are causing as a government. And then on top of that, we're also offering just compensation in accordance with the rules of eminent domain. And so all those findings, if I look at those, I really can't find an argument to say that we haven't met the minimum standard for each of those findings. So that's why I support it.
Can I add to this? Talks about the public interest and public good, but just that being not able to have yet come to an agreement and address this and the delays in it too, there's also a harm as well. I mean, even though there may not be a technical deadline that says we have to do this, we put it off, for a long time, it creates harm in terms of safety risk. I would hate to even have to make a calculation on the cost of the project. Over that period of time, we've seen what happens with capital projects. Plus, as the member of the public had mentioned too, assuming napkin math, $50,000 a year or any emergency type repairs calculated out, $500,000. That's another road project. So I agree with those comments. And in the term of putting a deadline on this conversation, there's a public benefit to that. I think the conversation still gets to continue, but it says it has to end at some point. Because the longer it is delayed before we make a decision on that, the more we are spending very finite resources or losing the opportunity to be able to fix this or any of those, and that's a big risk to the our fiduciary kind of responsibility. So I'm also ready to motion or vote.
Supervisor Huff, go ahead.
So here's my understanding. We've gone back numerous times to the federal government, this program that's going to be giving us the funding for this road improvement many times, and we are met with, we have to keep it at 80, except they did make a concession for right around the cabin, 40 feet. And I've heard that our department head for roads says that she needs that for the slope and the runoff and the culverts. So I don't see any way around that. If we're supposed to maintain the road, we have to have a way of doing that. And that would not be for a temporary easement, because we need constant contact with being able to pull stuff out of the, whatever that's called, the draw. I don't know what it's called. I'm not talking about culverts right now, but where the water flows off of the road. So for those reasons, this has been going on for, I think, 10 years. So I think it's time to make a decision and move on. And I would hope that the Ericksons would get their own, what is it called, assessment about how much appraisal. Because maybe there's a better appraisal out there. You don't agree with ours. I know that's not the major crux, but I want you to feel at least somewhat in charge of what you get paid. So I would suggest, it's not part of this vote, that you do go ahead and find an appraiser that will give you a better appraisal for the property. But I'm in favor of this to move forward.
Okay. I think we've explored this as far as we can go. So Supervisor Campbell, I believe you were making the motion.
I recommend that the board approve the staff recommendation on the attached resolution and based on the findings A through D.
I'll second.
Yeah, motion by Supervisor Campbell, seconded by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain?
Abstain.
Okay, so on a 4-1 with one abstaining, Supervisor Kirk. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Board.
All right, we've been at this for a little bit. Let's. I know we got other items to go still, but let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back to our 1:30 p.m. 3 after the break. Okay, welcome back to the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors meeting. If we can end our side conversations here, we're going to start back up. Okay, before I have the clerk read the next item, I have one brief announcement that was handed to me when we broke, is that, we heard from Coach Erickson earlier, and apparently they've set up some sort of parade for this Friday evening starting at 7 p.m. down Washington Street. I don't have any more details, but the sheriff might have a little information. I'm sure they're going to put out a press release on it, but just a little heads up that this is being discussed. Okay, so if the clerk could please read our 1:30 p.m. 3.
1:30 p.m. Item 3, public hearing to consider Resolution 117-24 for a general plan amendment to amend portions of the general plan use designations for 3 parcels as follows: 089-040-014 to BP, a portion of 038-260-010 to LI, a portion of 038-260-010 to GC, 038-260-013 to BP, and then item 2 of this 1:30 p.m. Number 3 is ordinance for a zone change to rezone 3 parcels as follows: 089-040-014 to BP, a portion of 038-260-010 to M-1, a portion of 038-260-010 to C-1, 038-260-013 to BP under Title 17 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code.
Very good, thank you. And please go ahead with your presentation.
Good afternoon, Board.
Sorry, one moment. Open the public hearing. Now go.
My name is Joshua Wazinski, Planner 1 in the Community Development Department. I'm here to present Lunar 24-3 General Plan Amendment and Zone Change Proposal for property owner David Reich and applicant Jack Knipp. The proposal before you is a resolution for a general plan amendment to modify the land use designations of 3 parcels as follows: APN 089-040-014, which is about 3,400 square feet, is proposed to change from light industrial to business park. A portion of APN 038-260-010, covering 217 square feet, will change from business park to light industrial. Another portion of APN 038-260-010, measuring about 915 square feet, will change from business park to general commercial. And APN 038-260-013, covering 1,089 square feet, will change from general commercial to business park. These amendments will have corresponding zone changes as follows: APN 089-040-014 would be rezoned from M1 light industrial to BP business park. A portion of APN 038-260-010 would be rezoned from business park to M1 light industrial. Another portion of APN 038-260-010 would be rezoned from BP business park to C1 general commercial. and APN 038260013 would be rezoned from C1 General Commercial to BP Business Park. And this is all in advance of a lot line adjustment under Title 17 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code. The project site is at 20705 Soulsbyville Road in Soulsbyville, California. It is surrounded by a general commercial business park and light industrial designated parcels. And the project site is outlined in black on this map. So here are the resolution and ordinance maps of the project to show you where exactly these changes would take place. So there are two lot line adjustments that are proposed to occur. One is right here, which is being followed by my laser pointer. With this lot line adjustment, a sliver of this parcel would need to be amended to general commercial and have a corresponding zone change to C1 in order to be consistent. With that, this portion right here, this little square, would be added to this parcel right here and would need to be amended to business park and rezoned to business park to be consistent with this parcel. Another lot line adjustment will occur between these two parcels right at this edge. To be consistent, these grid line sections of the parcel, which I'm pointing out to right now, would need to be amended and rezoned to business park. And that leaves this little triangle identified by these blue lines. This would need to be amended to light industrial and rezoned to M1 light industrial to be consistent with this parcel. So these amendments and zone changes are essentially minor cleanups to facilitate these lot line adjustments. And here's the exhibit map of the project. The proposed amendments and zone changes will bring current buildings into compliance with Tuolumne County building setback regulations. We sent notices to 45 property owners on July 10th, 2024, and we did not receive any comments or responses from the public. All public agencies that assess the project have reported either no comments or no objections. In accordance with the government code, we are required to consult with the local tribes for all general plan amendment projects. Letters were sent to tribes on July 24th, 2024 and October 30th, 2024. No requests for consultation were made. We did receive a response from the Tuolumne Miwok tribe expressing no concerns and indicating support for the project. So based on our review process, staff has made the following findings. The amendment will not adversely impact the existing community. The amendment is consistent with the intent of the vision, goals, and policies of the general plan as a whole. The amendment prescribes controls and standards for affected land uses to promote compatibility with those established lawful uses. The amendment provides for the protection of the general health, safety, and welfare of the community. And lastly, amending the general plan land use designation and zone change for the project site is exempt from environmental review under the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, pursuant to Section 15061B3 of the state CEQA guidelines. The Tuolumne County Planning Commission heard this item on October 16th, 2024, and no members of the public spoke. The commission recommended approval of the project with a vote of 5-0-0. The Board of Supervisors may now approve the project, deny the project, or send the project back for further review. And now we can answer any questions you may have.
Okay, Supervisor Haff, go ahead.
So that's a lot of work of changing little lines here and there. Is it primarily for what you just said, setback conformance to align with where the current buildings are? Is that why it's being done?
I don't know if that's the primary reason it's being done. That's one of the building, that's one of the conditions building wanted them to have prior to their submittal. But I do know on the exhibit map, they do have a proposed commercial building in the future that's not attached to this project, but okay. I'm assuming it's for that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions from the board?
No questions, but good job presenting.
Thank you.
No need to be nervous.
I had one general question, just I guess maybe I haven't seen it before. When I'm looking at the APN 038260010, and I know you pointed out the little sliver, another little triangle area. You know, I've just never seen an APN end up with two different zones in the APN itself. And, you know, I always thought, well, if you got a parcel that's zoned one way, can you just explain that a little bit? You know, I mean, how do you track that? How does that work?
Hi, good afternoon. Natalie Rizzi, Senior Planner. We do have parcels all across the county that for some reason or another have multiple zonings, and that's all tracked through approved ordinances.
Okay, I guess they're there. I still don't totally understand how you track them. I mean, how you identify a portion, I guess was what I was.
Ordinances are required to have legal descriptions attached to it, so a lot of times there'll be a meets and bounds description.
Sets the boundary of that
Correct.
Second zoning area. Okay, that's what I was looking for. Thank you. I have no other questions. I'll look for any public comment on this item. Okay, I'm not seeing any public comment. I'll bring it back to the board and close the public hearing. Any additional comments? If not, I'll be looking for a motion, please.
So, Chair, this is in the Great District 2, you know, fantastic area near Longeway Road, where we've seen a renaissance in development and community interest. And so I would be proud to make the motion to adopt the CDD staff recommendation based upon the findings A through E.
And I'll second.
Okay, I have motion by Supervisor Campbell, seconded by Supervisor Kirk. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? Thank you very much. Cool. So, with the clerk, if we could please move on to reading our 1:30 p.m. 4.
1:30 p.m. Item 4, public hearing to consider approval of revoking ordinance for zone change RZ 20-002 and the mitigation negative declaration / initial study for zone change RZ 20-002 and tentative subdivision map T20-002 state clearinghouse number 2024020479.
Very good. And please go ahead with your... did I open the public hearing? No, I did. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Quincy Yaley, the Community Development Department Director. Thank you for having me. The item before you is to consider revoking an approval of a project that your board previously heard and did approve. This specifically today is zone change RZ 20-002, as well as the environmental document that was prepared under the California Environmental Quality Act for both that zone change and the tentative subdivision map. The project was heard by your board on October 15th, 2024, and your board did approve the zone change, a tentative subdivision map, and the environmental document called an initial study mitigated negative declaration. On October 15th, the county did receive notice that there was litigation on that project, and at that point, the applicant decided not to pursue the project. They did not want to pursue a project that was being litigated. And so they reached out to our Community Development Department. Our staff did, in consultation with County Council, rescind the tentative subdivision map that your board approved. However, further action is needed by your board in order to rescind the zone change and the environmental document that was the overall review for both parts of the project. And so that is what is here before you today. And it's recommended that your board does take action as it was requested by the applicant to withdraw and rescind those approvals of both the zone change and the CEQA environmental document. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Very good, and thanks for making those references. Any questions from board members? Okay, seeing none, I will look for public comment. Okay, not seeing any public comment, I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the board. Supervisor Haff, go ahead.
Yeah, this property met a very unfortunate end, and I'm hoping that the parties that were involved can resurrect meeting and figure out some way of making this work. There's another project after that that I understand would be quite beneficial for the community. So if there's any way, and this is just my own personal feeling, if there's any way that the parties can get back together and somehow resurrect or restart this project, I sure would like to see that. And that's my comments.
Any additional comments? Okay, seeing none, I'll look for a motion. I don't have any comments. We already did public comment, close the public hearing, so.
I'll move that we accept, see, what are we doing here? That we approve the revoking ordinance for zone change RZ 20-002 and the mitigation negative declaration initial study for zone change of the same and tentative subdivision map T20-002 and the state clearinghouse number 202-402-0479.
I'll second.
You got it.
Okay, so I have a motion by Supervisor Half, second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. All right. Will the clerk please, we'll move on to our next item, read our 1:30 p.m. 5 appointment.
1:30 p.m. Item number 5, public hearing, consideration of adopting an ordinance amending section 3.40.010 V4 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code to modify standard park sports complex field rental fees.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon. Eric Aiken, Director of Library and Recreation Services. Thank you for having me here today.
A lot of public hearings today. Open the public hearing. Please start over.
Again, Eric Aiken, Director of Library and Recreation Services. Thank you for having me here today. Here to discuss, once again, fees at our Standard Park Sports Complex. On September 17th, we came to the board with a proposal to charge a $5 entrance fee to Standard Park. At that time, no decision was made, and we were asked to kind of go back out and talk to the community about options and some other ideas and ways to generate revenue for Standard Park. We had a couple meetings with the community, met with several of our user groups, as well as some of our users. And based on those meetings, we compiled a survey to send out. The survey basically asked, what we heard from the community was they did not want an entrance fee, and then there were some that wanted more of a hybrid type option. They didn't want to do a full rental fee, they didn't want to do a full entrance fee, but maybe something kind of in the middle. And so we created a survey that we put out to the public, which basically asked, would you prefer the full increase to the rental fee? We also proposed, so at that point it was a $25 an hour field rental fee. We also asked for, again, the $5 entrance fee just for adults, a $15 entrance fee, a $15 field fee with a $2 entrance fee, and a $10 field fee with a $3 entrance fee, and then a $15 fee with a $5 parking fee. So those were based off of kind of what we heard from the community. Those were some of the options and ideas that we heard through some of the discussions that we had. I know there was a lot of questions, and we've received a lot of calls in regards to the survey and people wanting to know about the entrance fee and why we were still looking at that. And based on the suggestions that we had from the community, we felt, we had to have every idea that was presented as a part of this survey. We received 570 responses to our survey. And as we were expecting, overwhelmingly, the response was 355 came back saying that they wanted to do just the field rental rate with no entrance fees, no parking fees as such. And so based on that and other conversations we had with some of our groups, We then looked at the cost of Standard Park, looking at all of our staff costs, what's the productive hours for all of our employees out there, as well as our materials and supplies that we use to operate Standard Park, to come up with a fee that would recover 100% of our direct costs. It does not recover 100% of our indirect costs. And I also want to clarify too, I'm talking about the operation of Standard Park, not the Standard Park Cost Center, because there's other things in the Standard Park Cost Center that don't happen at Standard Park. For example, most of the staff out there, when we have setups and cleanups and things at the CRCs, that staff goes and does a lot of that, which isn't a Standard Park operation, and so we wouldn't be recovering those costs. The groundskeepers for the county now live in that cost center, so there's all of their service and supplies to do all of the maintenance and landscapings for all of the county facilities, you know, this building, Courthouse Park, all of the grounds that we have throughout the county. So those weren't calculated in that cost either, because again, those weren't Standard Park functions. And so we also looked at market comparisons, kind of in our general area, and the fees range anywhere from $4 to $40. $4 was Stockton, Modesto, and Elk Grove were 12 and 15, but they also have dedicated taxes that support recreation. So they're able to do fees at a lot lower price because they either have a sales tax or a property tax that they collect every year that is specifically earmarked for parks and recreation. And so they're able to do lower fees. But in looking at like Ripon, Ripon's $25 an hour. The city of Lodi's $28.50. Rainbow Fields is $30 an hour. Galt's $35. Turlock is $40. And so we're kind of right in there in the middle with our proposal. And so we are proposing a $25 an hour field fee, which would be applied to all users at Standard Park, whether it's practice or games. This fee is just to recover costs. It's not to, we're not looking to take any of this money to set aside to put in a pot to save for future improvements or future costs that we're looking at. In the discussions that we've had with the community, we had some really good discussions and some really good feedback. I know at the last board meeting, the Friends of Recreation was something that was discussed, and we have some pretty strong interest in that. And so we are moving forward with creating that group. And some of the discussions that we talked about, because I know some of the ideas were, let's do fundraising and let's do, you know, volunteer work and things like that. And we all agreed that while those are great, we can't really count on that to run a park on, you know, the day-to-day operations. So what the hope is with that is getting this Friends of Recreation going, and a lot of those donations and fundraising that they're doing would then go into a pot that we could hold aside to have for park improvements, to have for park projects that we want to do in the future, that we're not so reliant on grants, because we know, you know, in the general fund it's difficult for some of those larger projects that we're looking at. And in a rural community, we really struggle competing in some of the statewide grants. And so this would allow us to create a fund that we could have put aside to do some of those projects and park improvements as they come up. As well as some partnerships. There was definitely some organizations that really expressed wanting to form some formal partnerships to help possibly with Standard Park. So we did receive a lot of good feedback from the community and a lot of interest in trying to help move this forward and make this a sustainable park. And so, like I said, based on our costs to run Standard Park, that's all of the electric bills, water bills, all those, you know, equipment, paint, gas, all those things that we have. We are proposing a $25 an hour rental fee for both adult and youth. And so it is recommended that your board approve staff recommendation and amend section 3.40.010, section V, section 4 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code to modify Standard Park Sports Complex field rental fees. And with that, if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Supervisor Haff, please go ahead.
Yeah, this may be a question for County Council. Is there anything that would preclude us from charging $25, one fee for the youth, and a higher fee that would cover direct and indirect costs for the adults.
Your board can do that, but right now my understanding is you don't have the evidence to support the additional cost. So I'm kind of looking over at Mr. Aiken. My understanding is that the fee study this is based on, this fee is the 100% of the costs that were calculated. So if your board wants to consider adding additional cost in, we'll need the evidence before you in the form of a fee study so that you can support that finding. So anytime your board adopts a fee, you can only charge 100% of the cost. You can't charge more, but you need evidence before you, meaning you need the fee study that shows the calculations
Shows
for the
indirect costs, basically.
Right, and you don't have all of that before you today. That's my understanding.
Is that correct? We don't have the indirect costs?
So for the park to be cost neutral, again, we didn't break it out youth and adult. Everyone would have to be charged about $40 an hour.
And you have evidence for that?
We would need to do a capital outlay program that would then say over a 20-year period, the amount that it would take, like we just do new well, we need fencing, we need sod, we need irrigation. So if we were to take all the costs of what it takes for capital, those are the indirect that we would need to do a study on, and we don't have that today.
Okay. And I'm just going to add a comment here to tie why I'm asking this question. I'm concerned that we're not including all of our costs, including future costs and maintenance and that kind of thing. I don't want to do it for children and youth, but I don't see any reason why we shouldn't do it for adults. So, my comments. Thank you.
So we could look in doing that, but just clarity. So the average hours of use at Standard Park for youth is about 3,000 hours that we have at Standard Park. For adult, it's just under 400 hours. So it would be a fairly significant number if we only wanted to look at the adult to recover that cost and not pass it on to the youth.
Additional questions from the board? Okay, I don't have any. I'll look for public comment. Welcome.
I'm Diana Harrington. I'm a parent. I'm a coach. I'm also a committee member on the TCYS board. We would like to commend the Board of Supervisors for sending this back out for some additional review and information. It was great to get the surveys out there, to get the information from the community and see how the community was feeling about this, knowing that it's a place where a lot of our kids participate on a regular basis. So thank you for that. We are proponents of this increase in the field rental rate. That is the way that we feel that it's going to be best served for all of our participants within TCYS, also in Billmeyer and Sierra United Leagues as well. We would also just encourage the board to continue to considering those partnerships that Eric mentioned, looking into other ways to help provide additional funding for those future improvements that need to happen at the park. We all know that things break, things need to be fixed, and unfortunately, fees don't always cover everything. But we know that there are vital partnerships that can happen within our community with business partners and friends of recreation, perhaps, that would definitely help to mitigate some of those expenses down the future line. And thank you so much for all of the work that you've put in.
Thank you for your comments. Any additional public comment? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board, close the public hearing. Additional comments from board members. Supervisor Kirk, why don't you go first?
I'd just like to thank Eric for going back out quickly and getting the community involved. The days of subsidizing things are coming to an end, as we know, at the budget. And so this is, I hear what Supervisor Half is saying, and I even emailed you about the same question. This is a quick stopgap, but as we go through the budget, there's going to have to be more conversations. And it's great to hear that there's Friends of Recreation, there's other organizations out there, because I mean, we'll see when we have these conversations, but those days are going to have to start playing out, and we're going to have to get help. And I know I mean, I have 4 kids, but I've grown up here. I know Standard is a very special place, so I don't want to see, we just want to see that maximized to the full capacity. So I think, do you need from us as a board with this Friends of Recreation and these other groups, is there anything that you need from the board, or are you going to continue those conversations? Do we need to publicize a working group day? Do we need to wait till we have that conversation with the budget? I guess what's the plan to continue to pursue that?
Yeah, we'll definitely come back and talk to the board about that. We're really at the infant stages of those discussions. Okay. With the holidays, we kind of all agreed that let's come back after the first of the year, after people are done with travel and holidays, and then really look at it more aggressively and kind of using the Friends of the Library as kind of a model, the charter that they have, and kind of using that as a model for what we're doing in the library. But we'll definitely come back to get your input.
Okay. So then if you know the numbers and you know where we're headed, I would just say sooner the better you can go on that, because we're gonna get there pretty quick with budget discussion. But thank you for the work.
Yeah.
You turned this around pretty quick, so thank you for doing that.
And there's going to be some other things that we'll probably be bringing back in the spring. We didn't have time with this quick turnaround, but we're looking at all the fees out of Standard Park, and there's probably going to be some adjustments on some of those as well, like some of our billboard marketing and things like that we're looking at.
Okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Eric, I agree with what Supervisor Kirk said. I think you got some pretty clear direction from the board and from the community at the last meeting where we were discussing this, and you followed up with it and worked with some of the community members. But I also really want to thank TCYS, which is a group of people that are absolutely dedicated to youth athletes and sports in our community. And of those many dedicated people at TCYS, Ms. Harrington is one of the most dedicated of a group of very dedicated people. And the fact that that organization recognized that we all care about Standard Park and we need to find some way to keep it going so that kids, like I was a poor kid that played sports. We have a lot of, underserved communities, that there are some opportunities for those kids, and that we have this facility to keep it going so that they can get, we all know the huge benefits that people get from youth sports, that children get. And so they came with not just, what they don't want to see, but also what they do want to see. And that can be very difficult, but in the interest of the youth of our county, they did that, and I'm really appreciative of that. I really hope that this enables us to keep Standard Park, functioning at a high level for the foreseeable future. I think it's necessary. I think it is a better option than charging at the gate, honestly. There are pluses and minuses to both aspects of it. But at least this way, where that cost to the fields is kind of built into the operations of some of these different leagues that play there. And if you look at it, the fee that we were charging was pretty low. It was very low. It was artificially low. We needed to bring it up. It's still, I think, quite low and affordable for these groups, but it's a little closer to what we need for a facility like that to keep it operational. So I'm supportive of it, and I'm grateful for the work that the community has done with Eric to kind of get us to a resolution. So,
Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. And I echo those comments too, Mr. Harrington. Thank you for attending and being a representative there as well, and for the work your group's doing. I just want to double down and say I think it was the right decision that, we had to have this conversation, but us delaying it to send it out. My hope was that with the public looking at what the intent is, which is, I think, trying to do what they're asking for, which is to live within our means and reduce some of the subsidies of it, but trying to protect the community and family programs we care about generationally, things that have such an impact, that we needed to have a revenue solution. And I want to give my appreciation to Eric. This has not been an easy process, and I think it's really meaningful what you've been able to do in between in handling this and talking to them. I'm very happy and encouraged that there is a private fundraising effort and a Friends of Standard Park, I think long overdue, and something that will assist us in doing what we all care about, assist your department. But thank you for handling it. And it speaks volumes too that, we don't have the same, even though it was respectful tone and negativity in the room here. I think it gave people maybe a shock, but then an initial opportunity to say, oh, we didn't know. It was a learning opportunity of how these services are actually funded, what it actually costs to run these things, and how much do they value this for the kids. I was a kid that very unsuccessfully played at Merlot Field way back in the day, and I think it was left outfield, had one ball hit me the whole time. But for a lot of kids, that was their life. 3-season athletes. I mean, that was what they did after school programs, and that was a hugely formative thing. So anyway, I'm in support of this. It's maybe, let's call it, the third difficult decision that we're having to make as a board, and hopefully folks see that this is going category by category. We are looking at all opportunities to try and prioritize the services that are valuable without losing the things that, even if they're not mandated, are really valuable. I only wanted to close on one item, and this may be something to YSF as well. I've long been a believer that one thing that parks, libraries, and rec have struggled from is not having some type of committee space that's able to discuss these things on an ongoing basis. Parks, education, arts, recreation, library. So we may direct something in terms of county overall direction or our priorities list that gets worked on. We do have regular meetings one-on-one with our department heads and other staff. But as far as a space to bring in the community members on a regular basis and not just like as needed to talk about these things, and this could have been a space to develop it. I only wanted to highlight that I think that would be immensely valuable, because there are times we need help. Eric needs help. The board needs help. There are times when things are needing to be done, but there's not only one right answer. There's multiple ways we can do it. And there's just a certain lack of understanding of this stuff because it's not aired out here except maybe in a big budget hearing or in an ordinance or a big program, just how these things operate at a nuanced level. Same way that we have this with Solid Waste Committee or the Fire Advisory Committee or some of these other areas. I think it would be really great to start something like that and have those types of regular meetings and improve services that way and kind of build that partnership. So I know that happens as needed, but a more regular space I think would be very valuable.
I've got just a couple of comments. I think this is a good way to go. I think it's probably going to be fairly easy to manage, right? Because you're collecting, that whole gate thing was going to get complicated quickly, and it wasn't supported. I too love, the ideas of the partnerships, the Friends of Standard Park. The one that we discussed as a board during budget talks when we talked about fees previously is the looming, costs and especially for the irrigation system, because that's going to be a huge cost that is going to have to be factored in. I think we identified that it's about 40 years old, I believe, right? So we're on borrowed time. And yeah, there's been some problems that have been fixed, but it really needs a total, redo. So, I'm supportive of this. So with that, let's see, Kathleen, I'm sorry, public comment. Didn't we do public comment? Yeah. That's twice you got me.
You're just remembering the last meeting.
Yeah.
I'd be happy to make a motion.
Yes, please. Yeah, we did.
We gavel?
These guys we gavelled.
No worries. Everything's gavelled. All good. Emergency fixed. So I'll make the motion to adopt an ordinance amending section 34010 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code to modify Standard Park Sports Complex field rental fees according to the staff recommendation.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Half. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, we're there. And that, excuse me. Anybody want to do reports at this point? Sure. We've got some interest, so Supervisor Haff, go ahead.
Yeah, this is probably more for the board's interest than for the public, but on Thursday I have two important meetings to attend. One is a CPUC meeting in the morning, and I know our chair knows about this, but Calaveras County, Mariposa County, and Tuolumne County were not chosen by the CPUC to have our Golden State Connect Authority represent us, the package we put in. They chose instead for Tuolumne County AT&T and for Calaveras County Comcast, and I can't remember exactly what for Mariposa. Anyway, we objected, both the chair and myself wrote separate letters objecting, and we have heard that from Barbara Hayes of RCRC that the CPUC is listening. So this would be monumental to change, to overturn what they've decided and go for us, but we have all sorts of reasons why they should. It's really the intent of SB 156. So I will be on a call. I will not be there. I know Jack Garamendi from Calaveras County will be there in person, as well as Barbara Hayes. And so we're hoping for a turnaround on this where we get our needs met. And I'll let Tracy know so she can send out information about how this went after the fact. Then you may already know this, but there's a fire hazard severity zone mapping meeting also on Thursday that I thought was really important, because every time they do that, Tuolumne County, I don't know how to put it politely, but we bite it. We don't do well in their mapping. So this is their first reveal, I guess you'd call it. So I want to be on that call as well, and that's in the afternoon at 2:30.
Thank you. Good information to share. Any additional reports from board members? Supervisor Campbell?
And thank you very much for that, Supervisor Haff, and for bringing that to our attention. I actually have some things I'd like to bring to the board's attention. One good thing, and then a couple maybe we'll see. So I was reappointed to the executive committee for CSAC this year, and so it's really good to have a vote of confidence of our colleagues in other counties, and I'm hoping to elevate the kind of issues that we're facing in Tuolumne County. In talking with our incoming president for CSAC, he asked me if I would be interested in giving kind of an educational effort for some of our new representatives in the assembly. So there are 17 newly elected assembly members, and only one of them has ever been a county supervisor. So there's not a lot of knowledge in the assembly right now of what we do, what the role of a county supervisor is, what county government does, and how important it is for us to be able to fund it, to be properly funded, for them to then take credit for all the good things that we do. A little dig at the state assembly. Anybody catch that? But so what I'm hoping to do is be able to sit down and meet with some of our new assembly members and just talk about, okay, this is what the counties do for you, and this is why it's important that we have the kind of funding and the feedback and the give and take that, as we know, hasn't always been there. So that's something I'm working on with our state association. I sit on two other boards, and Supervisor Brandon sits on both of these as well, so he can share his perspective if he would like. But I just want to talk about LAFCO and ATCA. So LAFCO is a local area formation commission. I've complained about it in the past, about some of the issues, and I think some of those issues are continuing. We approved a contract for executive. So as you know, the county is no longer going to be providing legal or executive officer services to LAFCO. The LAFCO board chose to go out to bid on this twice. Twice it was unsuccessful, and so they issued a no contest bid to a company that agreed to provide to do two things: to provide a roadmap to how to have sustainable services for LAFCO. For that, we're paying them like what, $18,000, and then to provide executive services for the next 6 months, and that's $40,000. So a $58,000 contract for 6 months of work, and that was approved by the LAFCO board. And again, my colleague might have a different opinion on it, but I was opposed to that. But it was voted in by the LAFCO board. The other element is that this Friday, LAFCO is having a special meeting. The city of Sonora had indicated that they have a draft MOU to provide LAFCO legal services in some capacity that's not real clear to me, or I think to the board, but I think it goes against some of the arguments about why the county shouldn't be providing these services that were made. Was that we want an independent LAFCO, we don't want the county putting its thumb on the scales for things. These were the kind of accusations that we heard, but now we see that the city is stepping up and doing exactly what they were accusing the county of doing. In my opinion, that's what's happening. So there's going to be a special meeting on that this Friday, December 20th at 2 p.m. In the Francisco building. So that's another issue that's coming on. We also, again, with Supervisor Brandon, we both serve on the Amador-Tuolumne County Action Agency, Community Action Agency, which is ATCA, is what everybody knows it as. I had an experience at the last meeting that I can say I've never really had, where I had the chairman of our commission didn't want to hear any comments from the Tuolumne County side of the river, and was trying to move along votes without public comment, without comment from board members. And so we, myself and some of the other board members, left the meeting and basically broke the quorum, so that that kind of thing that we felt was not in accordance with the Brown Act wouldn't continue. But ATCA's been having, I would say the staff at ATCA are phenomenal, and they're doing really well. But we've been having some of those kind of issues between the two counties and the executive director. And I fear that it's not getting better, it's been getting worse lately. So those are kind of some issues that are weighing heavily on my mind and my heart lately. And they affect all of us in the county, and so I thought that the board should know about them. And again, this is purely my perspective.
Well, thank you for enlightening us as to ongoing deals there. So, Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. Only to echo what you're mentioning with ATCA, and I agree with a lot of the concerns you brought up on LAFCO. I think only to say with it that I have a risk tolerance right now because we're in a transitionary period, and I expect it to be kind of ugly and messy. And at some level it is messy and ugly, but I do see that in the near period coming back together and hopefully resolving. But I recognize those issues, and I appreciate your advocacy on there too in presenting those. I've only been to a few of the LAFCO meetings since being reappointed with it, but it does seem like hopefully the tone is a little better than at least what I was hearing in the past, and we'll see. Still not perfect yet, but I only wanted to echo what happened with ATCA. So same thing of having to break quorum on a meeting over such serious procedural challenges. Fundamentally, ATCA is a partnership, and there's a board, but we have to that maintains respect between the agencies, and it was extremely disappointing, to say the least. I have concerns that in the middle of a period where we are transitioning board members that are on there and leadership on that board, because of that, it seems a special meeting has been called. Yep, on Friday. Effectively returning the item, I haven't had any communication that has come to me saying here's an apology or something's being changed to affect and fix that issue. It seems to be from the agenda language just a continuance. So I don't want to speak much more than that, except that I have a lot of concerns with that, and we should not be placed in that position, and I expect a lot more respect from, I think, the entities you work with and other boards in that, not because, we're so cool, but the folks that we represent, on that board, we're the 2 county representatives in that capacity of 55,000 people in our county, right? And it was extremely disappointing. So there may or may not be news coming from how that is handled, and hopefully anybody watching who will be joining the board, and you two are getting off early with this, not always a challenge or a crisis, but that we be strong in expecting respect, even if there's disagreement.
I have a question for Supervisor Brandon, if he has anything to report on the state LAFCO. I know you've just recently joined. Do you have any news about that?
No, with Renee LaRoche, Executive Director, we're still scheduling, and so we're scheduling all the future meetings in the retreat. Not much has happened in between. I've been in a little more contact again with the Southern California folks, and I plan to, I think after the holidays, do a little more outreach just as an individual board member. They're not our region, but I know they have concerns, and that's relevant. So again, the finances, as that was brought up, it would be a significant impact. The thought is that CalLAFCO probably does have the resources to continue, but it would affect the organization, and that could lead to affecting the fees that are paid in, because these are fairly substantial members in it. Overall, there's a huge benefit for us all to work together in that. And I think at the retreat, that's probably going to be the primary thing, is giving some space to explain those issues, hopefully figure out some type of compromise that's addressing it. It's a lot to say, no, not too much. But I think at that retreat, we're going to have a lot of those discussions. So.
All right, I don't have much to add other than to just weigh in on the LAFCO and ATCA, because I previously, was on both boards, and I personally saw things that were pretty ugly at times and uncalled for. And I would hope that things get to the point where they can even out, because they're both, LAFCO's a necessary organization. Those activities have to continue. And as Supervisor Campbell mentioned, ACCA does wonderful things. They've got a bunch of great employees, but there's some issues on the management side that need to be sorted out. But we've just seen time after time. We even had, a brief thing on our agenda today that talked about some of the funds that we've expended, with ATCA, and they're doing a lot of great things. So, hopefully those, and I'm confident that they'll get resolved, but how soon that can happen, because it's, quite frankly, it's just destructive for it to continue in the manner, that it is. So, with that said, I'll be looking to adjourn the meeting. This is Supervisor Hafs and I, our last meeting. It's been an interesting ride, being on the board. I've learned a tremendous amount. It's been a good growth period, for me. Also, we've had our trials and tribulations and some pain along the way, but all together as a board, there was some times where, we were not necessarily in agreement in some areas. But the important thing is that we worked through them. And over the last 4 years, we got a lot of things accomplished. Some really good things that were needed to happen, and they were put in, and that was attributed to this board working together and making that happen. So my thanks to my fellow, board members for, doing that. And with that, I will adjourn.